Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys doing? How is everybody on this fine day?
Hey.
She's banning people using the ritual abuse pog. Are they taking action? They're getting it done. So you know why Omina Whittling shows wrong modifier orange when used on a fracture item? I have no idea. I have not used Omen on a fracture item before. Does it show like the fracture item as the thing it's removing, or what are we talking about exactly here? Hey GOG, how you doing, man? What is good? Do I have Chemp Chains? You need to have, yeah, you need to have Temp Chains in it, otherwise it won't register. Just got these bad boys. 319 with a decent res too. 30 movement speed. Dang, I'm jealous. My boots are only 200 and bad res. Holy, those things are insane compared to mine. Require your Atlas tree. I don't even know if my Atlas tree is good, guys. Just for the reference. This is what I'm trying. I'm trying out essences. I don't know if they're good. I haven't really had essences get corrupted for +1 yet. And I'm trying out Rogue Exiles plus precursor stuff, which I don't even know if this is really working out either. So keep that in mind. I don't know. I don't know if what I'm specking into is even good per se. I'm just trying stuff out, trying to get a feel for what could potentially work. That's all I'm up to right now. Nothing too crazy. These are pretty decent gloves. We'll have these gloves ready for our swap to Indigon. I was checking trade before. See if these feel good. What's the command? Exclamation point Lich Planner has the is updated for the current stuff. Dude, I need like an audio cue applied with when people send a trade. So these gloves, I think they are top roll ES life, and then obviously the leech mods are not good, but the prefixes are really good. So I feel like that's a good time. You will be defeated by a sandwich. What the heck does that supposed to mean? Defeated by a sandwich? I'm not for sure it shows correctly. Well, I mean, you could test it out. I'll be doing fracture stuff later on, so we'll see how it goes. How did the Indigon setup go? We didn't get to it yesterday. We had a bunch of lag. I wanted to get level 90 before I swapped to it, so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to work towards level 90. See where that takes us is the current plan. Hey Nitrogen, how's it going, man? Yeah, yesterday we had a bunch of internet issues. I think they're fixed today. Called up the ISP. The second time I called them after stream, they had gotten a report about basically one of their, I guess, lines being cut or something. And they redirected a bunch of traffic to, I guess, the same node I'm on. Anyways, it was fixed this morning, so hopefully we're good then. How do you feel about people getting banned for ritual abuse? Good. I wish GGG was more consistent about people abusing things that are clearly not intended and economy ruining. You should not be able to infinitely re-roll a window and print mirrors. That's obviously bad for the game and clearly an abuse. I think 100% what they were doing was working exactly how it was supposed to, but it should be obvious to most that it's not intended that you can infinitely re-roll ritual. The one thing I just wish they were more consistent about it. Like, for example, not banning people that duped Temporalis last event. I think, like, not, you got, I think it's just a matter of you have to be consistent about it. Like, that's definitely something that people should have been banned for, previously. And they weren't consistent about it, which made people think, oh, then they can't ban now or whatever. I don't know, you know what I mean? Is it normal to have mana problems once you get Mind Over Matter? Mind Over Matter comes with a 50% less mana recovery. So in order to sustain it, you need to spec Open Mind. You need to spec Arcane Blossom. You need to make sure you're upgrading your mana flask. And it's a little bit of a tricky managing a bit situation. What I would say is the Mind Over Matter is solely there as a bridge between when you can get somewhat okay ES gear to help your one-shot threshold to not be too low. And so, you just want to gauge that, essentially. Its main purpose is to get you to the part where you have ES, and you want to swap out of it pretty, like, as soon as you get decent ES gear, essentially. Only level 38? Yeah. It's pretty much just bridging the gap of getting level 38 to, like, level 50, 60-ish when you get some okay ES gear towards the end of the campaign. Because if you don't do that, it's just, unless you have some good life gear, you're going to be getting one shot by a lot of things. So it's just helping you be not complete paper. I don't disagree with the bans either, but I believe many people did it because they didn't ban on Temporalis dupe thing. And that is 100% on GG. I hope the people banned now only get banned for a couple of weeks. Like a temp ban. Yeah, that's... I mean, I think that could be fair, saying a temp ban, because people expected not to get banned based on their previous action. I do think they need to get some level of, like, consistency going. All right, let's try out the cool precursor thing that does the, If I click this... Oh, this isn't the one I wanted to do. I want to do the thing that lets me jump. I want this thing. Influence. Okay. Now, I guess you have to put both things in. So I should have put the boss thing in as well. But now I can go like straight to here, right? I can just pop this in and it just works. That's neat. Yo, I like that one. Which trial did you do for the last Sensi point? I did Sanctum. Trial of Sekima, but you could do Ultimatum too. I think there's similar levels of difficulty. Whoa! Whoa, why are these guys so tanky? Did they not do the thing yet with the minion mod? Note how the rare died first. Their chaos resistance base type? Oh, just a monster, a base type monster that just has good chaos res. Okay, fun. I guess this map I am running with a bunch of monster life, to be fair. How do you check map mods? I'm trying to remember how to pull them up on controller. There, 79% more monster life, yeah. I'm anticipating the interview later today. What time is it? Is this the Ziz interview, and is it with Jonathan and Mark? Do you think there's gonna be a drama? Do you think there's gonna be a drama in the interview? What do you guys think? No drama. Access media. What the hell's access media? This is gonna do follow-ups based on what they're gonna say. He's not gonna go easy on them. I guess we'll see what that means. So there might be drama. What do I think about new Snake Pit in our build? What does Snake Pit do in PoE 2? I actually don't know. Snake Pit. Snake Bite. Snake Pit. 9 Divines! Oh, cool. Left ring projectile also sells cannot chain. Right ring chain plus. I mean, I'm not gonna use this in my build. You lose a lot of stats to do this. You can do it if you want. Top 10 PoE Lich use it? Yeah, I mean you can use it for plus 1 chain if you want. I wouldn't use it. I think you're losing too much stats.
Is my power to wield.
Good morning. I'm back from vacay quarter. Hopefully it went well, man. Access media equal creators that play ball in order to continue having access. Okay, that's so what you're saying is Ziz won't give a real interview because otherwise he'll lose the ability to interview GGG. You're coping. You could not picture a world where Ziz might have a different perspective than you, and because he has a different perspective than you, he's doing it for access. I think that's pretty cope. You are entitled to that opinion. Ready for the stream tonight, Lancy Pants? Something like that, man. Something like that. He's only gonna ask stuff he agrees on? Yeah. So, he doesn't want to ask questions that somebody else came up with that he doesn't agree with. Which is part of a thing where it's like that's the issue that Gazzy ran into, where he's asking a question for Rax about on-death explosions. And so he didn't have a good follow-up for it because he's like, I don't really understand it. You know, he doesn't really have the same perspective as Rax, right? That sort of thing. I'm not making any statement about this. You are making a statement about it. You're accusing of him of changing what his questions would be in order to please GG. You're making a pretty big accusation. What are you talking about? You're saying Ziz doesn't have integrity. I think that's kind of messed up. Boss tablet. I love boss tablets. Satisfying the consistency of damage. That's the beauty of dot builds. Getting to see the nice aesthetic drain of the enemy HP bar.
Speak. Go.
Man, I love boss tablets. What's your DPS right now? I have no idea. Could do a count next time we get to a boss fight. We can look at the number and count seconds for you. So there's a tower over here. I think we'll go to that and see where it leads. Now we're running blasting. We should go Pops as third Ascendancy. Probably not over the 30% more damage. But at the same time, it is a good time. I ran out of ideas. I mean, there's not many ideas you need for damage. It's gem levels, percent damage scaling. That's all there is to it. I guess technically you have wither effect. You get wither effect on jewels. It's probably a bit more efficient than percent spell damage, but then you have to wait for the wither to ramp. Did I do a temp chains map? Oh, I feel so slow. Oh. You guys remember when they changed curses in PvE1, the map mod, to not level with you? And you'd get like a level 1 version of the curse instead of a level like 20 version of the curse.
Wither away.
And temp chains wouldn't give you 20% slower speed. Sounds freaking nice! Remember when curses monsters put on you last the whole map? Was that a thing? Looking to get currency, any advice? Faustus trade and farm. That's what I'm doing. And recommend start looking at items to buy low and then sell high. Age-old tactic. What's up, Cap? How's you doing? Nacho Guado. I'm doing good, man. How are you doing? Right now, just working our way through, getting level 90. Get level 90 and then we'll finish crafting our gear for the swap. I think that'll be the way to go. We could do the Indigon swap while swapping to a level 20 gem. Any chance you hop on free shot when I'm near the wand? I wasn't really planning on it.
Out of mana. I will feast at your soul.
If I looked at the extraction, I've been asked about it 100 times. It does not work with Essence Drain dot damage. It is not good for the build. It is good for hit-based damage only. If you want to deal more hit-based damage and deal less dot damage because you're giving up a support that could be dealing dot damage, do it. Dark Effigy? Yeah, it'll work on Dark Effigy because Dark Effigy is hit based. Can Contagion Spray get bricked by pops? I don't know if it gets bricked by it or not. I can't tell for 100% certainty. It is possible pops brick Contagion Spread. When is the Ziz interview? I don't actually know when the Ziz interview is. Does anyone know off the top of their head how much time we have till Ziz interview? How much time till the Jonathan v Ziz showdown? 5 p.m. EST. Okay, so like in 4 hours. Not bad. Got like 4 hours till the showdown, guys. Who's ready? Who you guys got winning the fight? Ziz or Jonathan? Who's coming out the victor? Mark?
Thank you for playing this game so I don't have to while doing overtime for deadlines. Blue collar engineer jobs, Sag.
Hopefully you're getting paid overtime pay and it's working out for you. Appreciate the sub, man. Looks like today might be a completely lost my train of thought. I mean, it looks like the ED Contagion still spreads fine. I don't know if the pops are interrupting it. They need some good honest answer. I've ever seen the forum this mad. 140 page, just mad people. People who bought a lot of supporter packs. I mean... I guess what the thing that's I don't quite get is why weren't people this mad on the initial EA launch? Because to me, the game feels pretty similar to what it was in the initial EA launch. And it still has most of the same things that I didn't like about that, but people weren't that mad about it then. But they were? Were they this mad though? Because it's... Because they could one-shot every boss. I guess I'd have to go back and look at the footage of day one or something. Because every time I've gone to other people's streams that are playing different builds, I don't see people struggling with content. I don't know. I don't have a lot of time to go look at what other characters look like on stuff. You are out of touch because ED Contagion endgame isn't an issue, but most leveling builds are bad. Well, that's what I'm saying is I haven't seen the builds that have been bad. I've looked at like 10 different streamers and all the people I'm watching, whenever I scroll their stream, it seems like they're killing monsters just fine. Have I tried Indigon yet? No, I haven't. But that's the thing, I didn't play Day 1 Huntress and I'd have to like go back and watch VODs. Try leveling Hunters from 0. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Another corpse to serve me.
Nobody cares about in-game in terms of power balance. It's the fact that the campaign is a complete pile of crap at the moment. Imagine having to do the campaign 3 or 4 times per league. The campaign's the same campaign. Like, okay, like, so some of the complaints I see are like, campaign zones, long, bad, campaign, tedious. All this stuff existed freaking last patch. Whether or not your character's bad doesn't change that the campaign is still like a long slog of its own. With a bunch of like backtracking, etc., right? That it can happen. Last patch was the first time. For the record, I'm not disagreed with the complaints. I'm just surprised that that people weren't this mad earlier, because it was this way previously. At least I felt like it was. I give a big pass because I expected it to be rough at the start. Does the pass just only last for the first patch of early access, or will it last the entirety of early access? I think I'm gonna be annoyed every patch they don't add crafting. Let's talk. We heard your feedback and don't care. Yeah, the post where they were like, so we heard you guys think the zones are long. This probably isn't the case. Or well, I forget what they said, but read that was like, okay. This is what we're doing. Why don't you use Dark Effigy? Because I don't want to press Dark Effigy. That simple. Dark Effigy's decent. Use it if you want. I don't care for it. First time I saw Mavel genuinely mad was when he read that section. Oh wait, like, I guess I'd have to. Is there a clip of Mavel reading that specific line? Because that line in those notes was kind of crazy. We need to add more content. YouTube video you say is gaslight? Yeah. I was watching the YouTube video on it. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, if Mavel's upset, Mavel like is the least complainy PvE player I think I could reference in terms of like a content creator. He usually just rolls with whatever the changes are.
Hello.
He's like, I adapt. I good at game. Just classy Mavel things. No issues whatsoever.
Hello.
You see Hex Blast is Rise on PvE, so it has it at 200,000 DPS now. So it has Hex Blast at 200,000 DPS. And here I thought it was dead with the curse changes. No, I didn't know anyone was using it. That's kind of sick actually. Have I read the feedback from White Mob post? I did. That was a that was a pretty funny post. I saw the one-line nerf we got in the patch notes where you nerfed armor, but that's okay because armor does nothing. Oh, I was like, yep, that sounds about right to me. Classy. Classy stuff. Acknowledge problems, it goes a big way. Yeah, the question is Jonathan going to acknowledge them on the interview? That's what I'm kind of curious about. How do you make HP low? You get a life tap channeling skill. So put Incinerate on life tap, not Bone Storm. Definitely don't do Bone Storm. Bone Storm is trash. And then after that, you get the Eldritch Battery Helmet. You put that on so you don't have any ES, and then you spend your life with that skill until you're in low life range, and then put back on your normal helmet. Ooh, 2 exalts, nice. Whenever you log into Freesia, I don't really want to log into Freesia right now. Holy, how do I invite people? Hey, my bad. Alright, we're fine. We don't need to respond. My bad means he doesn't want to buy it anyways. I'm kind of wondering if Chaos Orbs are going to take over as the standard currency. If Exalts aren't rare enough. Seems like it now. Right now they're trading 1-to-1, but I guess the question is when people start trying to Chaos Craft more items. But then again, Chaos Crafting, people, I don't know. It could end up to people just delete all the Chaos Orbs in the economy without making a good item with Chaos Orbs, and then it's just like the Chaos Orbs maybe start to get expensive. It was leaning towards Chaos Orbs in the end of point 1, was it really? Interesting. The new meta to play controller? I like controller, man. The downside with controller is it's worse for like inventory management, trading, currency use, stuff like that. But for playing the game, it's goated, I think. Why do you not suffer from mana issues? Soul Swarm is very good mana sustain. That's why. Ooh, an uncut 19. Kill all the rare monsters. We missed one somewhere. Checkpoint. Holy, the time save. Guys. Checkpoint's the solution to all of life's problems. I'm joking, by the way, just so we're clear. When they added the checkpoint solution in point 1, I thought it was a red flag to begin with. It was like, that's not solving the problem. It's the band-aid. Not a band-aid that is particularly good. You just don't see the vision? I guess not, no. How about address the issue instead? That would be nice, yeah.
Hey. How can I help?
Wait. Hold, guys. I see a perfect opportunity to craft here. Hold. Hold. Defense, essence, into good ES. Actually, decent ES, actually. Hold on. Into better ES. Is that good hybrid? Actually good hybrid. I don't want to slam that though. Don't want to slam that though. So you can't do double hybrid, right? Double hybrid, I think I've just wasted my exalt orbs. Ooh, a boss fight. Hello. How am I juicing my maps? I alch them, and then I run them. Tale as old as time. It's called the alch and go strategy. Actually, our forefathers taught this to me, to be honest. I've been doing it for a while. And recommend. Is 1x okay? I'm assuming he's saying like 1 to 1x. But if he puts 1x in the trade, do I hit accept anyways? You said okay, I did say okay. Okay. Yeah, apparently, yeah. Don't let your dreams be dreams, okay? If you want to offer somebody 1x for their 30C listing, okay? Listen, it could work out. It could work out. See, I just assumed there's no way he was actually offering 1x on the item. There was no way that's actually what his offer was. I was assuming he just meant he wanted to pay 30x instead of 30C. Outplayed. Outplayed. Did you gamble the chest already? What does that mean? Scamming people? I didn't scam anyone. I gave that guy freaking 97% off? What are you talking about? I got destroyed on that deal. How's the boss DPS? We're about to find a boss. There's the boss. Bye, Mr. Scorpion. Give me your loot. Have I tried ritual? No, I haven't really been doing ritual. Is the controller auto target? Yeah, basically auto targets. It's pretty nice. But you want max roll mana? You want flat life and mana regen rate is what you want. Flat life and mana regen rate. That is what you want. Hey, corrupted zones. Hey, a corrupted zone. Let's go. To the Nexus we go. What about Indigon tested? No, we have not tested yet. We're gonna hit level 90 and then we're gonna test. We're like level 88 right now. Let's talk. Let's go, Tai. Are you ready for the cage match of the century? Ziz versus Jonathan. 1 man or 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. It's about to go down. The Vision has never been in more danger than it is right now. But the Vision is still at a like 100% win rate, okay? Yet to be defeated, so I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be good, okay? It's a 2v1 though, not a fair fight. Nope, not true, not true. Mark's gonna be a referee, okay? He's gonna be a referee, trust. Trust. He's going to be a referee. Mark's actually on our side. Yeah. Mark might be on our side, but he's technically on Jonathan's side, so he has to play both sides, which makes it basically impartial. Kind of how it works, you know? It's kind of how it works. What links do you have on Sigil? Links on Sigil are not important. I think I have like mobility on it or something, but that's not. I might end up swapping mobility to Contagion. I don't freaking know. I'm not like. Mobility is not a good link for it.
We're just playing. Yes. Show me what you've got. I need more mana. Out of mana.
How do you set up Blink on weapon set? You just have to go to the skill options and select weapon set 2 for it and have it active for that. And then all you have to do is, I like to proc my curse personally. That's what I like to do. Like whenever I want to blink, I'll start my despair curse, which is weapon set 2, and then I instantly press blink, and you don't have to wait for the animation. It like animation cancels. And it will proc. Is Event Horizon good late? I'm pretty sure Event Horizon bricks your sustain. I would not click it. Wait a minute. I have to go all the way around? What the heck is... I have to go so many freaking maps to the side? This is a rigged. I'm going backwards. Let the record show that I am having to go backwards right now. So not cool. Tai, when I was looking at your thing, I don't know how on earth it didn't let you, like, it didn't count as connected. Looking at those dotted lines. I just came in on the middle of you looking at it. I don't know how long you're being one guide by the dotted line that totally led to the Nexus thing you were looking at. But you got scammed for sure, you got scammed.
Give up all hope.
It did, yeah, no, you were 100% right. I was like, what the hell is this? Because it totally did. 420 life? How'd that get there? It definitely wasn't intentional. Or was it? You're Hex Decay and a Penning Doom on Lich? No. I don't think they deal relevant damage with the amount of int we have. I think it's something that you can maybe use as a little bit of supplementary damage while leveling, but I think it gets outscaled pretty hard. You're on drugs? I am not on drugs. Currently. You definitely don't strike me as a guy who'd be interested in pod at all. I'm not. I just think it's funny. He's on snacks. I am on a little bit of dosage of snacks. Just a little dosage of snacks. High on cheese, something like that. I just view it as part of the tourist experience when in Colorado. Part of the tourist experience. One of the famous local cuisines of Colorado. Gotta appreciate how the hell they operate. One Chaos Orb in a dream? I mean, good luck. Your chess piece is already good. I hope it treats you well. I hope it treats you well. You know what you should be doing though? Is valing it. That's what you should be doing, let's be honest.
Speak.
Time to change plans.
I made this. Oh, that's pretty nice. 1000 ES, 31 int, fire res, and stun threshold. That's really nice. GG, dude. G to the G. Do you keep contagion at level 1? I do, yes. Say hit the fracture. Who wants to tell him about Chaos Orbs and his future? I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. How many chaos did we use yesterday on the wand and not hit? What was it? 130, 140. I've used like 15 off stream, unironically, by the way, guys. I've been a little bit naughty. I saw the Chaos Orb Fracture in my currency tab and I popped a couple chaos on it randomly. It was they gave me nothing of value. So don't worry, you guys didn't miss much. I used 200 on Spear. I've yet to hit T2 Fizz. Yeah. The chaos orbs are gonna be an endless sink, really.
Infection.
Oh. I think unironically that Valve Factory has the dangerous monsters in the game right now.
I need more
Like the mob types in Valve Factory are freaking so sketch, I feel like. The freaking lightning balls and stuff. At least they fixed the layout. Yeah, they made the layout not suck so much.
more mana.
Holy! What does a guy gotta do to get a greater essence? I swear they don't actually exist. They're not real. Greater essences are just straight up not real. I had one drop in the campaign. I've seen a few just like on the thing innately, but as for like corrupting them, I've corrupted a bunch, and getting a greater as an outcome is just like, it doesn't freaking happen. Not at a very high rate. Like it has to be at a very low rate, I think.
Suffer and die.
You crafted some belts the other day, a little profit. Did you buy them to do that, or just use ones you found? Did I use ones I found? That's funny. No. How crafting works in this game, and I use crafting as a rather loose term, is you go to trade and you buy
Another core.
bases that are actually appropriate to then attempt a YOLO greater essence on, and then exalt slam a few times. Basically, somebody else ID scrolls a good base, because you're not going to be the one IDing the good base, and then you pay them money for the chance of making more money. What is Indigon? It's a helmet. The new unique helmet that we are thinking about using on the character later on, but we're not there yet.
Hey.
Currency exchange. What did we buy with these? Say I bought say it was enhance. Let's say it was enhance. You're not dodging these? You told me good luck linking my fractured item? Okay. Now chaos roll good fizz. Let me know how many it takes. I've rolled over chaos speed like 8 times with chaos, and I settled on this. I mean, at least you have some good res there. Rest in peace, your cast speed though. Rest in peace, your cast speed is gone.
Hello.
That's how it be. That's how it be.
Speak. Indeed.
Skeletal snipers do high damage but have low. Temporal chains is a curse that slows
Ooh,
them
we get better
and
radius.
causes effects on them to last longer. Use
Alright, there we go. Temp chains have been upgraded. And my axe. Appreciate the sub there. Thanks for the support. I checked your older messages and decided you're just a net negative, so I perma'd. Holy. Based. You better be careful, Doggo Mod. Connor's a mod here. He has power. You better be on your best behavior. If you're just toxic to him, I can't protect you. I cannot protect you. I actually don't 100% know if I'd even unban you if he banned you. You know what I mean? Just saying. You might want to watch yourself. Watch the things you say. Maybe be careful. Why are you selling a unique item and don't scrap them for a chance sword? Because Doriani's closer than who's the disenchant guy? This guy? I don't know. I guess I could talk to him. With web swap points, do you need to set them? Yes, you need to set them. You need to. It takes like 5 minutes to do to manually set up your weapon swap trees, but they need to match the passive tree in the planner. Green is weapon set 2, red is weapon set 1. Weapon set 1 is your main gear pieces, your wand and your focus. Weapon set 2 is your sigil of power staff. Need to set that up. It's the reason we can get an instantaneous curse application, and it's the reason we get a bunch of curse effect on it. How do you flip Blasmian? You copy the weapon set reservations recommended in the planner. You don't need any spirit besides what you get from the campaign. You just need to follow what is in the planner. You'll see something that says slot 1, slot 2. That is just referencing weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. You need to make sure you set the skills to those. You should be good to go. Well, 66 with around 4.5 KS. Do you think I can do the third Ascendancy? Oh, probably. Should be able to. I would say either do Ultimatum 10 wave, or if you do Sanctum, just make sure you get some honor resistance for the run, and you should be good to go. I don't think you'll have too much problem. How do you feel like this build will do on hardcore? I think it would do decent. Prisoner's Manacles. 100 life. Ashray requirements that are higher. Level 45. Regen lightning res. Debuffs you inflict have 24% slow magnitudes. And those are kind of cool, I guess. We got Coward's Legacy. Neat. I'll bank both of these items. Add them to the collection, we shall. Progress further, we will. Alright, so the fastest pathing to the boss is gonna be seepage into this thing, into that thing, I think. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's do it that way. I'll do it that way. All it good. What are you gonna swap to? We're going to be swapping on Indigon soon. We're gonna go level 90, then we're gonna make some gear upgrades to get mana regen on gear, and then we're gonna respec our tree, and then we're gonna hope it works. Because I don't know that it will. We're gonna find out. How much does Indigon go for? I don't know. I bought mine at 3 divines like 2 days ago. I would heavily suspect its value is going to be contingent on whether or not this works. I don't think very many builds will be able to use it. I think most builds will brick their mana too much to use it. I think Essence Drain's one of the few cases that probably gets away with it. Well, we'll see. My Blink's just bricked for right now. This map. Recommendations for Alistry? I'm trying out Essence nodes. I'm not too impressed by them, but I don't know. You could try different things. Right now, I'm trying Essence and I'm not impressed by it. That's the one thing I'll say. That's right, we don't have Blink, because it's bugged for this map. Unfortunate. You having fun? Are you still getting disconnected? Our internet's fixed today, I think. I think we're good to go for today, which is nice. Yesterday, we were all sorts of bricked internet-wise, but it appears to be fixed. How am I clearing this? I can just go next map. Am I stupid? Convalescence is 30, Blasphemy is 60, Withering is 30, Clarity is 10. You might be stupid. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't know you personally. But Convalescence is on weapon set 2. It's not on weapon set 1. Toxic? Shake my head? I am not being toxic. I don't know the guy. He asked if he was stupid. I can't tell you. I don't know him. I couldn't figure this out for it. Yeah, you're all good. No, the planner has things on specific weapon sets for a reason. If you look over here, if you look at the current setup, you'll see it says slot 2, slot 2, slot 2. This means weapon set 2. Slot 1 Blasphemy, slot 1 Withering Presence, slot 1 Essence Drain, slot 1 Contagion, slot 2 Despair. It's very, very, very intentional. So you want to make sure you're copying this or your reservation space won't work. How do you get low HP? It's on my most recent YouTube video, but basically you put on this helmet, which has Eldritch Battery, which gets rid of your ES, so that way your ES can change, even with Internal Life on, and then you use Life Tap plus a channeling skill. I recommend Incinerate, and don't do Bone Storm, because you don't want to be a disappointment to everybody.
Until next time.
You might think, that is unabated Bone Storm hate. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Suffer and die.
Hey, now that I'm thinking about it, this. Can't put that on Convalescence? Oh, that's rigged. That's so rigged. I should be able to, man. I should be able to. Sometimes I get stunned out of proccing it. Is this build fun? I think so. It's just kind of up to your own personal preference. Fun's a subjective thing. Don't mind if I do. I see Despair in slot 2. Why is that? You have a bunch of curse effects, curse scaling nodes in your second set of passives, and you get to snapshot that value when you cast it with your second weapon set.
Out of mana.
A pure win situation. How does it use curses with the second slot? I press Despair. My character swaps to the second slot, and Despair gets cast. And then your nodes that you have spec'd for weapon set 2 apply. So that's all you gotta do. You gotta have those nodes spec'd, and you'll get the benefit from them. Does it take additional skill points? No. It takes the specific quest reward. So like you see up in this right hand corner, weapon set, 1 out of 24. This means I've used 23 of the weapon set passives that I spec'd as green nodes. Like if you count up all the green nodes, these are 23 points that have been used. These, between my 2 weapon sets, the red nodes and the green nodes, they are 23 passives that are basically alternating based on what weapon I'm holding. They are not additional passive points. They are just passive points that change based on what weapon set I'm holding. It would be as if I had, let's say I had this point spec'd, and then I swapped my second weapon set, and then I unspec'd the node and then spec'd it over here. That's what's happening. Except you're not paying regret orbs and you're not manually unspecking the nodes every single time that you swap things, right? Or every time you swap your weapons, right? The game automatically does it for you. Do I find the weapon set from Pee-wee fun? Sure. I don't think it's detracting anything. It's super easy to set up, takes like 5 minutes, lets you theory craft your build a bit better. The downside, honestly, of the weapon set things is I have to answer weapon set passives of every 5 minutes on stream. That's the real downside of the weapon set passives. So like selfishly, I'd almost rather they not exist just so I don't have to explain how they work every single time. But at the same time, they do give you more build creation, like variety of what you can do. If only you had a plan, yeah. If only I had a planner. The upside is you get to be toxic to chatters and have no remorse. I'm not that toxic. What are you talking about? That guy earlier, I literally answered his question. I solved his issue. I didn't call him stupid. He called himself stupid, and I said I can neither confirm nor deny. Can we ban the next person who asks a question? No, I'm not gonna ban people who ask questions. I'm gonna try to give them useful answers. And generally not be toxic about it. most of the time. How much for a ban? What's your price? Are you asking if you can choose somebody to get banned? Like, you want to gift me subs and you want to say a person's name and then me ban that person. Is that correct? I mean, it probably depends who you're banning. Like if it's somebody that I already find annoying, then, you know, the price would be lower. But if it's like somebody I like, then the price is higher, obviously, right? Lance is a hitman. I mean, you gotta we gotta calculate this out.
None can oppose me.
How's everything going for It's going well. Evil Lance doesn't exist? I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. Pen and crit. What could go wrong? I basically played on negative res for a while anyways, so this'll feel the same.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
Shoot, I figured it out now, Nitrogen. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Wait, what happened, Nitrogen? I think I probably missed your question earlier. I'm sorry. Oh, screw this map. I just did this map. No. It had Burning Ground last time too, which freaking like negates your ability to walk places, and there's a bunch of choke points. Ugh. How long before I get to choose the layout I want to run, GGG?
Wither away.
Why are you stuck at 420 life? Eternal life, ascendancy point.
None. Your swamp fiends won't help you. Out of mana.
Is it possible pay into it somehow in this build? I mean, you could spec it, I guess. I'm not really hit based. I mean, that would it would be a pretty small damage increase to the character. We're not crit based. Could you do a crit based caster with that node? Yes, I think so. I have nowhere to stand. This is so sketch. Is there a merit to use Mana Tempest with life tap support for bosses? Is there a merit to using Mana Tempest with life tap support for bosses? So you could stay infinite in it. I have no idea what that even means. Stay infinite. I have no idea what that means. Merit, life tap, Mana Tempest, stay infinite. Do I use extraction support? Do I look like a hit-based character to you? Yes. And so this is Rune of Power? It's not Rune of Power. It's game. Okay, guys. I need you to take all your hit-based suggestions and you guys can go build your hit-based character. Okay? I'm not a hit-based character. How many times do I have to say it? Here, you know what? We'll add a noob text. Gain damage does I'll do this. Whatever. There we go. There, that should help. That should help. That will solve all of the issues and all the questions. Extraction support, mana tempest. Lance, why don't you want more unholy might in the build? We'll solve it all, surely. You think people read what a Holy Might does? That's a good point. They might not be reading. It's a very, very good point. Very astute observation. I don't want to see sulfuric caverns with burning ground for a long, long freaking time. I gotta be honest. I don't want to see it for a long freaking time. Where the hell am I supposed to stand here? In this situation. If I wanted to go through this freaking tunnel. There's a pathway there. Pathway to hell. That's an energy shield problem, not a life-based character? You're telling me you guys wouldn't be annoyed with this ground effect as a life-based character? You're so full of crap. You're so full of crap. Don't act like you guys have regen. You don't have regen. Don't mind me, I regen 50 HP per second. Shut up. Respect your Pantheon. Holy. We found a semi-clear spot on the map.
Why are you wasting time? I have had time to...
Atlas passives. Also, I'm gonna spec this node. A little bit extra gold, a little bit extra random currency. Sure. I'll take it. Any recommendation for the Atlas passive? I was trying Strongbox's Shrine for extra pack size, but Waystones are not dropping enough to sustain T15s. You probably need to do more boss layouts, would be my guess. If you're having trouble sustaining your T17s. Probably need to do more boss layouts. Alright. Oasis, Crimson Shores, Abyss. Let's go this way. What does it mean that gain damage does not work with dots? It means gain damage doesn't work with dots. Believe it or not. Gain damage does not work with dots. That's what it means. But what does it mean that I'm gonna... Why are totems not considered allies? Because they're stupid. This is the part where you go, the totems are you, you are not the totems. Or whatever the hell that was back in the day. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyone know that reference? Classic. Hey Lance, I figured out a cool combo of items that can make a fun interaction. Pragmatism with the new charm for AoE Ignite on Infernalist. It's almost like running RF. It does 5% of your max life as Ignite. I just don't know if it scales at all. 500% of your life as an Ignite. I don't know. Pragmatism to use the Ignite charm. I mean, I guess that could work maybe. I don't know, man. How about this, Nipple Lips? You build it and you let me know. I'm gonna keep playing this character. You could test that. And let me know how it goes. Can I mirror your wand? I'm not playing PV1 right now, guys. Is this the same person that I asked earlier today? When I said I'm not logging over to PV1, or is this, there's two people that want to mirror the wand and the body armor? Actually, I guess it's I've been asked about it 3 times today. It's 3 different people. Or is it one guy who asked 3 times? It's 3 different people? Is there a safe way to keep gambling on this? Do you want to know the answer? Hey, that's a pretty good fizz roll. Will somebody want it though?
Ancient power. Drain.
3 different people at a coat. How's it feel to be one of the only PvE streamers who hasn't re-rolled? I think there's a lot of people who haven't re-rolled. Probably. Highly doubt I am the only one. Highly, highly doubt that.
Serve me.
Ben hasn't and won't. Giga Chad.
Until next
Go
time.
on.
Okay. Take this random bow. Chuck it in tab. Defense. Boom. Boom. Okay, 60%. That's just disappointing. Ooh, elemental damage. Offering. I think that is officially dead to me. So let's play Lich Minions and deleted his character at level 19. Holy. The level 19 character delete. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Is there a scenario where this thing doesn't cover my XP bar? This is probably one of my gripes with our controller is I can't like look down here and ever see my XP bar if I'm in the hideout. I keep like going back to check. I'm like, I'm kind of curious what XP I'm at. But nope. Nope. It's always covered. Whenever I'm in my hideout. Have we wandering the lands of Cyrodiil? Hell yeah. Good freaking game.
Death and decay. None can oppose me.
Some people are new. Everyone's got to learn somewhere. Yep. Stuff is not necessarily intuitive, right? You should be in hideout if you care about XP. I just want to be able to know, like, while I'm mapping, I'm not looking at my XP bar is all I'm saying. And then I'm like curious once I get out of the hideout, I'm like, what am I at? And I can't freaking look at it. And then it's like, because it's there, it's covering. That's all I'm saying. Studded vest. Dust bloom. Evasion rating, maximum fragile regrowth. Regen per fragile growth. Mana regen per fragile growth. Lose all fragile growth when hit. Oh, fragile regrowth. Good to see ya.
A relic from long ago.
Does the second set weapon matter? Cast speed helps out how fast you cast Despair. Cast speed also helps you cast Sigil a little bit faster. Outside that, plus lightning helps you hit breakpoints for more damage per stage from Sigil. That's about it. So they matter a little bit, not a ton. Don't stress out about it. Like, don't spend a lot of money. Spend like an X tops or 2 X tops, just getting like some okay rolls. Not particularly important, I would say. Not talk streamer for your articulated answer. Thanks. Also, thank you for acknowledging I'm not toxic. Thank you. That doesn't happen too often. I've been getting accused of being toxic a lot lately. Ridiculous. Unwarranted. Tai's a hate watcher, by the way. Oh, you're talking about me being a Tai hate watcher? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Did I forget to click the one over here? I think I forgot to click the one over here. Did. Whoops. Hey, a divine. I sail. Last time the guy would steal a donut. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello there. Good luck.
Hold R3. Do you want to see our current? We have no mana regenerate on the tree at all right now. That doesn't mean we aren't going to get mana regenerate. We're going to spec into quite a bit when we're swapping for Indigon, but that's going to be a later thing. R3 is your right stick? Oh my word! Yo, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, one, I didn't know R3 referred to the stick. I don't know why I read R3 as R2. Don't worry about it. Have I tried recombinator crafting? No. I saw the Karn clip and I said, that's about what I expected. And then I proceeded to not worry about trying to craft with it ever. Poison scales off. Okay, fine. Okay, obviously you guys are being like, but Lance, technically, here. Does that help? Does that help? Does that? Are we good now? You guys want to be pedantic about wording? Friggin'.
Hey.
Oh, actually, Lance, if I have gain damage, then my ignite would be higher. I'm gonna slap you guys. So help me. Pee-wee 2 Lance is toxic Lance. That's not even close to true. Lance, what's pedant? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, I love that. Yes! Yes! Feed me the purple explosions. Oh, yeah. Aesthetics are on our side, guys. Aesthetics are on our side. Yes, feed me. Any opinion on Blacked Out? Garbage, trash, trash, garbage, trash. Wait, hold on. Let me change that statement. Any chess piece that has less than 500 ES, that is a unique chess piece, garbage, trash, garbage, trash, garbage. I don't care what the benefits are. I haven't seen any single benefit on a unique chess piece that outscales an additional 500 ES. All right, I just had to get that off my chest. Temporalis? Yeah, trash. Especially for the price. Holy. Is there even one on trade yet? Has anyone even found the relic for it? Probably not, right? They said they made the relic 10 times rarer. Not on trade, yep. The only reason I want Temporalis is for shield charge cooldown. Is Bo's actually selling? Hey, a Deadeye player out in the wild. What would you even choose for that? No idea. Ooh, that's a pretty good roll. You know what would make it better, though? Come on. High % spell damage, low reduced cost. All right, 2 sockets, I'll take that. What do I currently have? Oh, it's basically the same as my current roll. What's a good roll 2 socket? Does good roll 2 socket sell decently? Ba-na-na-na-na. Doadries. Sockets. 2. Cast speed. -18. This guy's got a 16 roll for a divine, 18 chaos, or 18 exalts. Take that. It's up for 16. Should sell pretty fast.
Ancient power. Ancient power.
I'm addicted to this background music. Thanks, Captain Lance. Bone Storm. Don't start bone storming. Don't start bone storming. Do not join the bone stormers.
Hey.
I've failed you guys as a streamer if you think Bone Storm is the way. Not done my due diligence. Oh, yes. 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 Every time you get a nice contagion spread, it's just the stuff, man. It's just the stuff. Feed me. Out. Stun me. Yep, he's gonna trade me his old pair of gloves. PUB supports importing. I did hear that. Does it support, does it support just importing your own character? Or can you import other people's characters now? Do you change your shirt? Yes. Every day I shower and change my clothes. What kind of weird question is that? Disgusting. Rare among your profession. Okay, cool. Thanks for the observation, I guess.
I speak.
That's so inaccurate. I'm in this cellar in the shower right now. Listen here. Listen here, Connor. You're new. You're new to the job, and the job hasn't tainted you with the inability to shower yet. Give it time. Give it time. Defeat Ishtaroth Perennial. Is there a boss on this map? And if so, where's the freaking icon for him? Is the cold damage on the focus wanted? No. It's just a bad stat. It's a literally worthless stat. We need Snake Pit for this ring. I wouldn't personally use it. But you can use it if you want to. Where the hell is this guy? He's not on my minimap freaking anywhere. Oh, he's all the way up there? Oh.
I need more time.
Oh. Quick, use a checkpoint, it'll save you. No, not the checkpoint stuff again, dude. Not the checkpoint stuff. You also said you wouldn't use the explode ascendancy.
Suffer and die.
Listen, you guys want to use Snake Pit? Go up. Be my guest. Be my guest.
You disgrace these sands. And the weak shall kneel before my wrath.
Do you grab the chaos? I don't want to talk about the chaos explode thing, guys. Okay? Listen, I already repented for that sin. Okay? I don't owe you guys any further explanation, okay? None. Okay, none. Did you show your dot DPS? I just did on the boss. Temp chains and more life and enfeeble. I am just gonna vendor this map. I don't even care. What the hell is that garbage? Get that out of my face. Does the number matter? Honestly. You have a reference point of me killing a boss. Look at that. Okay. I want to compare. They go kill a boss, and look how fast it dies. It's not that complicated. Listen, here's the thing. You have to understand. For me to show you the dot DPS on a controller, it's like it takes for freaking ever. I don't even know where it is. I have to do this, and then I press RB to try to swap the tab, but that doesn't work. So then I go over here, and then I have to freaking figure out. Oh, I have to go this and then this. It's so much freaking effort. Okay. I could clear at least 10% of the map in the amount of time it takes to do that. I'm starting to think Lance isn't wearing new clothes at all. What are you talking about? This is a clean shirt. I picked out a fresh laundry this morning. A man of family values shouldn't be using feather sandals on a witch. And why is that? Please explain. I think I'm missing. So I'm not quite understanding your reasoning. Oh yes. Eat me.
I need more mana.
I have despair on weapon set 2. I'm not getting anything visually for it. Is anyone else getting this bug? That is because it's instantaneously popping. Like you see right here. Here, let me find an enemy that I didn't already curse. See right here, I'll go over to this enemy. We can all agree this enemy only has blasphemy on it, right? Okay, you can see it has blasphemy. The map doing something weird. Oh, sorry. I have to there. So you can see both curses, right? I keep forgetting that my blasphemy is on the weapon set 1, but you can see both the curses are on the enemy. But the visual for it popping is instantaneous with the curse nodes. So you don't actually see it. But it does apply to the enemy. You see it in terms of like you can see it above their heads that you applied the curse.
Death and decay.
How do we get explode? You have to do your 3rd ascendancy or your 4th ascendancy. I expect it on my 4th ascendancy.
Another corpse to serve me.
Okay, guys. Let's think this through. We have a rare all the way at the top of the map, and then we have the unique boss down.
Get out of my way.
Which way do we go first? We go to the side. We go down first, right? And then we can use the checkpoint to go backwards. Surely that's right. Use this checkpoint to go backwards after we kill the boss.
The desert stands eternal. You will not bow before me.
Out of mana.
What do I mean by gain damage? I mean any mod that says gain damage. I.e., if you're thinking about asking me, Lance, can you use the checkpoint system has failed us. What the hell is this? I walked everywhere around this map. There can't be a checkpoint next to my rare a mile away. GGGY. You know what? You know what would solve this situation, guys? You know what would solve our little predicament here? Is if we had more checkpoints, okay? We just had more checkpoints. That would solve everything. Oh, there was one! It was right here, guys. I just didn't walk close enough to it. Because I didn't even know a rare was up here. But the thing is, if I went up here to begin with... Why did another checkpoint spawn after killing the rare? What the hell is this? This is the correct spacing of checkpoints. Everyone always spawns when you kill the last monster. Oh, okay. Because you'd still want to keep doing the map in that case after you kill the last monster. Fair. That makes perfect sense. I don't know why I would find that confusing at all.
Speak. Indeed.
Accidentally banked a map. Go, get that back. Currency exchange. Something for sale. Currency. How does one farm for Indigon? I don't even know where it drops. I think it's just a rare global drop, but I don't know.
Wither away.
I guess we could ask somebody who dropped one. Anyone in chat drop an Indigon know where they dropped it from? Want to share with the class? Anybody in chat a Indigon drop enjoyer? Uber Elder. Wouldn't you like to know? I would like to know, yes. So would another chatter that asked about it. Can we just harass people on the trade site? Guys, harassing people on the trade site is not the answer to our problems, okay? It's not the answer. Unfortunately, it can't be chanced. The base doesn't exist, so I'm guessing it's a boss. The base doesn't exist. Interesting. Yeah, it's the Magus Tiara. So then, yeah, it probably is a rogue exile specific or a boss specific then. I've seen low level ones though. I'm thinking rogue exile. My buddy got an Indigon from a rare with a spirit in it. So that kind of sounds like just a random drop then. I mean, it could be specifically only from the mechanic that you can get it, but that sounds like just a random drop to me. Checkpoint!
More mana. More mana.
I got ignored. I even paid for it. What did you get ignored for? I just didn't see your message. Fabled Fox, appreciate the sub, man. Did you pay for like an emote or something? Like trying to scroll back through the chat. I'm not seeing it. What'd you pay for? Any tips to increase your DPS? Get more plus levels? That's how you do it. Trust. Get more plus levels, get more links, gotta upgrade gear. That is what I would recommend.
Hey.
There's the exchange. Cool. Gamer likes crap after their last patch. What happened? Did they change anything with the patch? I do not know. Burning ground. Steaming springs. That's probably fine with burning ground. Burning ground's pretty annoying, but I think this is probably an instance where it's okay.
Bye.
Skeleton. Monsters that die.
Bear contagion. No, we don't want to level up any of those. What do you think about Snakebait to get chain and have a DPS support for more essence drain? There's not a lot of great additional DPS support gems, and you give up your entire ring slot for it. Can you do it if you want? Sure. I'm not going to do it myself. I think chain is 2 chains. Snake Pit's only 1 chain. So it won't be as good of a chain source. It's only 1 chain, I believe. Orc might be okay though. Cab, is this Dofu's Wakfu music? I don't know what that means. The Age of Empires 2 is. Well, it's both fun to play. Glad you're liking it, man. Unique that lowers your HP number. Ming's Heart. Instantly came out when I corrupted. Yep. That's one of the outcomes. Is just you just break the essence open. I got ignored again. What does the definition of ignore mean? Ignore would imply I actually saw your message to begin with. Here, guys, we got a most important person on the planet. Let's find his message. Let's find his message. See what he said. Specifically missed his message. We gotta find it. Hold. Hey, at Captain Lance 9, I sub for the following question. That's not how subs work, by the way. Why do we need gain chaos damage and spell mods if it doesn't work? Percent increased damage and gain damage are two different things. One has the word gain in it and one does not. Notice the text at the top of the screen that says gain damage does not work with dot skills, whereas the text on my wand says increased and doesn't say gain anywhere. Your question was answered with the big, large, all caps text at the top of the screen. You should add that gain does not equal increase.
Time is of the essence.
Palpatine, did you pay for this emote? I don't know if you paid for it, but here you go. You can have it. There you go. You have your blind emote. This is nice. Nice grassy area into a cave. Did the emote calling happen? Yep. Alweezy was elected by chat to take care of it. And he deleted 100 emotes. He culled 100 emotes. So now we have spaced out emotes again. The emote purge was successful. I'm pretty sure he did it from the shower too. Because at one point he was like, yeah, I'm gonna go head off and do the shower. I'll start doing it more later. And then he wasn't chatting anymore, and emotes were still getting randomly removed. So I'm pretty sure he was getting clean while cleaning out the emotes. What's making you despair instantly? One curse is temporal chains. So like this curse above their head, that's temp chains. That's our blasphemy, which it affects everybody within a certain radius. Like you can kind of see, like, yo, let's see this next enemy. See how he has temp chains? Whenever he's a certain distance away. So if an enemy's in that distance, blasphemy will apply to the enemy. But as for despair, I have to manually cast it. which swaps to my staff. And then the curse nodes allow the delay to be instantaneous, so you don't have to wait for a delay. Oh, I love chains, man. Oh, I love some contagion chains. Chat is what makes Lance despair passively. Sometimes. How much regen do you think you need for how much regen do you think you need for Indigon? I think the more regen I have, the more I can ramp, but I will get eventually hard limited by my mana cost being more than my entire mana pool. So I think the limiting factor will probably be the upper end of outcasting or casting too much where the cost of the skill is the entire mana pool. As for how much regen I think we can realistically get, I think we can get to like 500 mana regen pretty reasonably. I think at a baseline. I think we can get more probably, but let's just start there. Let's say theoretically we can get to 500 regen. That means we can spend 2k mana in 4 seconds, which gives 500% increased damage from Indigon. I think we can get more than that, but that's like a starting baseline. It'll be life stacking. So you get regen base is from your life number, and then you need regen rate on gear pieces. So you want like flat life on items, and then you want regen rate. Because Lich replaces your base mana regen and makes it based on the other thing, right? Mana even have regenerate? Yes, mana starts out at 4% regen per second, and then it becomes, ooh, corrupted zone over here. Okay, okay. And then it becomes 6% of your life per second as its base, and then you apply the regen rate to it. Recovery rate. There is a note on the tree called Mana Blossom, which gives recovery rate. But that's like one of the only sources I think I've seen of recovery rate. I don't think it's a very common stat. The benefit of running corrupted maps over cleansed? I just know I get passive points from doing the corrupted nexus zone, so I'm just bum rushing towards those to get Atlas passives. As for running corrupted versus cleanse zones, I haven't really analyzed it, to be honest with you. I've just been bum rushing the nexus to get my Atlas passives. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on.
Peculiar but powerful.
That was the internet company calling me back, making sure that the internet's working, and it is indeed working. I wish Twitch would add a PoE stream overlay like they did for PoE 1. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I would want the most too, of like being able to check on streams and see what people are freaking like using on their builds and stuff. So if I go Oasis, Hive, Deserted, Blooming, or I could go Augury, Decay, Savannah, Hidden Grotto. Let's go Hive, Oasis, Deserted, Blooming. Build? No, I just like to see what people are actually using. You know, like you check on a stream and you want to see what their character like has gear-wise and see what they're doing, you know? We can import our own characters? Yeah. Next step is hopefully getting the ability to import other people's characters. Be able to set your own characters to public so people can import them and stuff. I guess what I need to do is next update I need to import my character with POB, so that way people can have the POB that way, because people can't import it otherwise. I think I should do that next update I do on the character, but that'll be the Indigon update. He's been baiting us by Indigon update for how many days now? I was literally saying I was gonna do it yesterday, and then we had internet issues. What do you mean? That's the only bait day that occurred, is because I said we were gonna do it yesterday, but then internet was cooked and we couldn't actually like play the game efficiently at all, and then we just ended stream early because it just wasn't freaking playable. It was obnoxious. Lies. I mean, the day before I was like, yeah, I want to do this eventually. Well, I wasn't ready to do it at all. You guys are there were people literally coming into the stream and being like, hey, Lance, is there any rare, expensive, unique you're going to use in the future of this character? Not asking to flip, I promise. Yes, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? There were like multiple people who did that exact thing. 3 FC? Yeah, there might have been 3 different people who did it. I've also said multiple times that I don't know if it'll work. It might be too much of a mana break. So I've told them they've been investing at their own risk.
More mana.
3 days? Oh, that's baloney, Eps. You can't count the days where I wasn't even saying I was swapping to it. Wait, guys, wait, hold on. There's a monster in the middle of the map. Do you think we can checkpoint to the monster? What do you guys think? Checkpoint! So I can either be this far away from the here or this far. I don't know. What am I doing? I'm just wasting time. Freaking checkpoints. Freaking checkpoints, man.
Too soon.
I don't know if you can sustain Indigon even at 5,000 life. It's not really about sustaining it. It's about getting an adequate amount of damage for single target and snapshotting that for the dot. As for the thing I'm worried about with the character is I'm worried about how it will feel while clearing a map, depending on what our cast rate of how often we need to cast Contagion and ED is while mapping. I think it'll be fine for bossing. Helm swap on bossing. If you're manual swapping every time you need to do single target, I'm cool with doing that in the campaign when I'm just trying to like level fast or whatever, but for an endgame character, I'm not gonna be pro swapping stuff like that. That's just way too much not good quality of life. Do I think Div will continue to rise? Yes. I meant for just Zest and Arbiter. Oh, like just the harder bosses. I don't know. I personally just want to get a setup that works no matter what. I don't get the feeling like this is a movement speed map. The movement speed mod is ridiculous. Holy, that chain lasted forever. It's beautiful. Lance can still see some gameplay behind the giant text. Is this intended? Do you want me to make the text bigger? Is it not big enough? We can arrange a larger text if you need it.
Is my power to wield.
Captain Lance, why are you a Captain Lance shill? What? Doesn't make any sense. Giant X, aka Unholy Might or Wand mod, does nothing for us. Correct. Do not do it to scale dot damage from ED. It does not affect the dot damage. That is what the giant text is saying.
Hello there.
Believe it or not. Did alchemies become more common? Nope. Alks are still pretty rare. Alks and Chaos Orbs are still, I think, like mid-level rarity compared to Exalts. How does it feel to answer the same question every 5 minutes? I don't know. Fine. I think Regals are more rare than Chaos. No. In PoE 1, sure. In PoE 2, no. I don't think that's true. I think Regals are definitely more common than Chaos by a pretty large margin, honestly. Like 5x type of difference. How are you this fast? I have movement speed boots.
None can oppose me.
And recommend, by the way. Okay, there's a rare like underneath the ground that I need him to pop up so I can kill him.
Out of mana.
Need your aid.
I need more time. Drain. More mana.
I just picked up Kadoka's Go for 1 Exalted just to check if it's worth anything. I don't think I've ever been this spammed in PoE. Is somebody using Kotoku's? Well, there's got to be some streamers promoting it then.
More mana.
Lightning Spear builds are using it. Lightning Spear looks pretty cool. It's got good aesthetic to it, I feel like.
None can oppose me.
Everyone's using it? Oh. Fub Gun and the Fub Gooners, the most economically powerful force known to mankind. The Fub Gooners, if they put their mind to it, I'm pretty sure they could pay off the US debt. Okay. They're insane. The amount of money they'll pay for random stuff that specifically Fub Gun is using is just crazy. Did he change gear? Since the video this morning? No, I don't think I've changed a single piece. Just the gear I was wearing this morning. We're going to hopefully do the Indigon swap soon, but I'm trying to work my way to level 90 first. I don't know what I've missed on this map. Go over here just in case there's a rare camping over here. Look like it. There is a rare over here. Here you go. Regal Orb. Do you mind showing gear? Exclamation point Lich Planner. The planner has the exact gear I'm wearing right now. You don't need to clip anything. You can just look at it on your own time. It's all there. You know what's so nice is when we get more ES gears eventually, we're just not gonna ever get stunlocked. It's gonna be so freaking sick. Gonna be sick. People asking about the gain damage thing. Maybe if I put it in quotes. Will that help? Will the quotes help? They're asking about Unholy Might. They're not just asking about Unholy Might. The question occurs about Unholy Might, Extraction, freaking every random little source of gain damage. I've had the question about, it feels like. Just reoccurring nightmare. Eventually, we're gonna get through this though.
Hey.
There's light at the end of this tunnel, okay? There's light at the end of this tunnel.
Good luck.
Should we check to see if there's upgrades for our boots, guys? Is it boot upgrade time? Boots. Do 35 boots exist? Ah! 18 divides. That's a little high for us. That's a little high for us. What's the lowest item level that occurs for 35? It looks like 82. Okay, hold on. Let's reassess the situation. Let's reassess the situation. I'm going to I'm gonna exit to character selection. Okay. Break out the old mouse and keyboard because we're sweating right now. We're trying to freaking craft. Let's go movement speed, energy shield increased. Let's go energy shield maximum. Let's go 48, 92, count of 1, magic. I don't know if it's like, I don't know actually what the top tier base is for boots. It's maybe 80 flat ES. I don't know 100%. Item level 82. Search. 5 exalts. Luxurious slippers. So sandstorm slippers are definitely the better ones of the pairs that exist. DC during a cast trial, rest in peace, man. You know, high cost increase roll? I think ideal roll for Indigon is... So if we pulled up Indigon... These are bound sandals. These are actually just a bad base, right? I shouldn't have even bought this base. Let's go relist it. So if you're looking at Indigon, I think it's you want high percent spell, and I think you want the cost to be lower is what I'd say. People are already corrupting them, that's kind of funny. But yeah, you want this to be high, and this I think you want lower. Similar to like what this guy has, is what I would say probably is what you want. Why cost lower? I mean, we'll have to test it. We'll have to test it, but I think you ramp too fast. I think you ramp too fast. It would ramp faster. I think you're already going to ramp pretty fast, to be honest. I think you're already going to ramp pretty fast. So I think you'd want the ramp to be slower. That's my theory. Well, I mean, we'll try it out. This helmet has high cost and high percent, so we'll see how this feels. It might just be too fast of a ramp is what I'm worried about. Higher cost does mean you ramp faster. I'm feeling fine at 45%. Not sure if it's good or bad. My mana regen though is about 600. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna find out. This will break the game in 0.2. I'm calling it. The Bird of Shadows Indigon. I don't know, man. You're giving up so much damage when you give up the gem level stuff, and then you can't sustain life-wise. You literally just can't cast it. You reach 1500%. Yeah, but how do you sustain this? There's like the sources of life sustain are so bricked. Insta leech? I don't know, man. Do you have any spell leech? Your damage is attack based. You know what I mean? Blood Mage has leech for spells. Oh yeah, Blood Mage does have leech for spells. I don't know, man. I would say I would have my hesitation about it. I feel like the sustain will still be rough. Why do I have this open? Okay, anyways. We're gonna try to get boots. Before we try to get boots, just gonna go look at this real quick. Buy me a couple ring bases. That is a questionable name choice if I've ever seen one. It's a fatherless character name, something like that. Any gems with sigil of power? The gem links with sigil of power don't really matter. There's not too many good options, is what I would say. There are not too many good options for sigil. Is it worth recombinating +4 wand? I don't know, man. I haven't looked at the recombination odds for +4. Combination odds are usually pretty dang scuffed. Banana. They're so bad at being one. Yeah, I think they're pretty questionable. All right, let's look at boots. Boots. Ba, 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 ba. Sandstorm. It's not sandstorm. Sandsworn sandals. So these are the best base, it looks like. Gonna say boots. Magic. Okay, wait, before I do this, let's just start here. Movement speed 30. 250 energy shield. Let's just start here. See if these exist and how much they're gonna cost. So 5 divines. 312 with quality and the thing. One divine has bad res, reduced freeze duration, attribute requirement. This one has a worse base, but it has double res. What the heck is this? This one has fire res. I don't know, man. A lot of these prices are pretty cracked. I'm buying them all. Are you, FC? This ain't right, man. This ain't right. Don't really want the fire res rarity ones. Yep. Fire res rarity ones. Nope. Can we make a better pair, guys? Can we make a better pair? Do we believe in the dream? Sand. Sworn sandals. Then we say magic. See how we do. Item level? I don't particularly care about item level. I mean, item level increases our chance to hit T1 movement speed, but it also eliminates our pool of the amount of boots we can buy, which is not great. So that is a issue, I think. Boom, boom, boom. See how the first greater essence goes. I don't have more greater essence than this. I need to buy more greater essences. I already have a buy order out for greater essence of enhance. Alright. Let's see how we do. Not great. Chaos Orb and a Dream. There's a start. Chaos Orb and a Dream. Chaos Orb and a Dream. Okay, they're dead. They're super dead. Unfortunate. It's a visible noob text, tickle me. It is. It is. It's trying to accomplish a great mission. Is it succeeding? I don't know, but it's trying. People still keep asking. Yeah, it's not working as well as I would hope. I was hoping it would be more effective, but sometimes how it goes. And bad percent. Do I believe in a chaos orb fixing this? Nope. No, I shouldn't. Mm-hmm. I did easy chaos Whittlecraft. We're from 35% ES and 1 res. Nice, I guess. Can't wait for Lance to go broke. It's probably gonna happen soonish. You guys want to YOLO a fracture? Thoughts? No, last time I YOLO'd a fracture, we have a base that's good, but then we spent 100 plus 140 chaos. We haven't hit diddly squat on it, so I probably shouldn't do this. It's crazy because I know the chaos orb's bait. Gamble the fracture and sell afterwards. You guys think the fracture would sell for something? Can you even search for fractured? It doesn't even, it's not even supported on the trade site, even if I wanted to like make money off of a fracture. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Do you see any spell being viable alternative for Lich in endgame besides Chaos Dot? Probably, but I'm not making another build. I'm just making this build. If you want to make another spell, you're gonna have to figure it out. I would imagine you probably can. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Okay. Now, do I start this off with annulling twice thoughts? Or do I just YOLO the fracture orb and never look back? Oh, I was so close to greatness. It wanted it. It needed it. There's a chance. There's a chance. mean, those are pretty good boots. I probably could just sell those. Mana, life, movement speed, int, cold res. They're just good boots. Just try to sell those at a profit. Did learn his lesson? No, I haven't learned my lesson. I can't be controlled. I need to stop though. I'm out of control. Am I worried? Nope. Alright, let's go ahead and hit this one.
Hello.
Quick annulment orb purchase. And we hit it with the fracture. Believe in the dream. Ah! Oh, no. Rest in peace. Alright, I need to stop looking at boots. Bad things are happening when I look at boots. Bad things are happening. We're burning all our money on boots right now. What you guys do about mana issue? You get mana regenerate, or you get more flat mana. Both of those will scale your mana regen on Lich. Oh, no. Alright, you know why we're using Zenith? Because we upgraded our gem levels and we started spending a lot more mana with the thing. Wrong amount. Buying a Wrath of the Globe? I'm not buying a Wrath of the Globe. We can't use Wrath of the Globe on Lich. It just bricks. It just bricks. All right, we need to chill. Let's just keep leveling. We're getting too distracted. We're not even 90 yet, so. We got things we gotta do. Did I already clear this map? Or did I open a map and then get distracted? Yes, I cleared this map. Can you look at my PUB if you have 100k channel points for a builder view? Alright, before we start this map, I'm going to be real quick. Maybe grab one quick snack. Then we will hit level 90. And we will assess our ability. We will assess our ability. to swap to Indigon, aka hopefully craft some mana regen gear. I will be right back. I got some good news, guys. Really good news. I went upstairs. Turns out we've been blessed with Cheez-Its in the pantry. It's been like over a month. This is my last Cheez-It acquisition. Holy, this feels crazy. This is magnificent. Which stats better upgrade? Cast speed or spell damage? Spell damage will increase your DPS. Cast speed will increase your quality of life. It's kind of up to you what you want. Sometimes Blink doesn't work. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It just seems like it might be bugged. It seems like it might be bugged. I feel like I have that happen every 20 maps once, maybe. Or like, just for the duration of the map, it just doesn't work. Oh, there's so many walls. You have to take out the gem and put it back in, yeah. I just deal with not having blink for the map, is usually what I do. I just accept that it's the situation I'm in. Am I gonna get us home or it's yours to staying? I don't know. Do some math. There are no bugs in bossing safe. The zone size is fine. Just need a few more checkpoints, a little bit more content. Yeah. How close are we to that anyways? We're 2 hours away, guys. We're still 2 hours away. 2 hours away from the cage match of a lifetime. This is gonna be beautiful. Is this build better than Minions late game? I don't know. I don't know how good minion builds are just in general. I like watched Crip's video and it sounded like he was saying they suck. I've seen a lot of people say they suck. But more recently, I also heard people say they got buffed. I don't know what's happening with minions. I have actually just no idea what's happening with minions at all. Did we choose Ziz for the cage match, or did GGG choose Ziz for the cage match? I think Ziz asked about doing an interview a certain amount of days into the league before the drama of people hating this league or this patch or whatever. And so it was already on the schedule, right? They didn't know it was going to be a cage match. But it's just currently what's going down, you know what I mean? It's like the symptom of the situation. I hope he's mean so we get buffed. We gonna find out.
It starts with a tingle, then the screaming begins.
Still have not found a Rogue Exile with a unique item yet. Anybody in chat found a Rogue Exile with a unique item yet? Must be doing something wrong because I haven't found one yet. Found a life sprig. Yo, that's kind of good. That's at least like a decent leveling item. But then again, you pick it up, it probably had a high level requirement attached to it, right? You pick it up and it's like grants level 15 of whatever skill, and then you just can't use it on as a leveling item at that point. He kept trying to leap slam me. I felt so bad for him. Yeah, the Mace Rogue Exile is probably the easiest one I've ever fought. Who is this person, and why did they invite me to a party? X is too old for me? Too small for me. You probably shouldn't be playing video games if you can't see that text. So, I'm gonna do the right thing here and not help you out to discourage you from playing video games. Maybe you should try something more your speed, like checkers.
I need more time.
Knitting? No, he needs better eyesight for knitting. That'd be beyond his power.
Out of mana. Too soon.
Chatter, it says it works with Dot. Go all in. So help me. Stop. You guys are not helping. Is this the finally I'm gonna get a greater? Holy. It is an outcome where you can corrupt it to greater, right? I'm not just like baiting myself every time I click, am I? That is like a possible outcome that can occur. Why does this not work? Emperor is gold. This is green. This is blue. Oh, now it works? Okay.
Go on. Of course.
New badges when? I need to add some Incarnate. I haven't gotten around to it for about a year now, or maybe more. Can Blasphemy leverage weapon set 2 points? No. No, you need it in your weapon set 1, because that's the one you're actually like running around and have active.
Putrefy.
2-year badge, almost 60 months here? Okay, maybe it's been longer than a year. Manual casting for bosses? Like a manual cast for temporal chains on boss? I'm not sure that would work. As in, I think your Blasphemy would just overwrite the manual cast once you swap back to your main hand, and then it would be just be the lower effect curse. I think. You try gain with dot skills. You're not actually asking that unironically, are you? I don't know, Kappa. Do we ban him, guys? Do we ban him? We take him out back, teach him a lesson.
I need more time.
We have to make an example out of him. Protect ourselves from future chatter abuse. What do you guys think? It's nice down there? You heard wrong, buddy. You heard wrong. It's not nice down there. Get him! Take him away! Teach him a lesson.
I need more mana. I need more time. Death and decay. Out of mana. I will feast on your soul.
Is there a crew request for 7 TV emotes or is it no go? You can add 7 TV emotes. 7 TV emotes. We have what's the word? We have we cleared them out. We're good to go.
It feels as if corruption is surging against us.
All right, let's see what we got here. Do I spec more essence nodes? Using boss tree, I haven't found a single citadel yet. I've been running just maps repeatedly, but I haven't found a citadel yet. Quantity of precursors. I don't really care for precursors outside the boss ones. Get more item quant. Essences really have not been good. 5% chance for modifiers on essences, monsters in your must be replaced with essences. Do I want that? Maybe I do want that. I think when I initially read this, I thought it was like it had to be possessed, but it sounds like it's 2 separate things. I skipped it earlier, which I think was a mistake. Any more corrupted zones in sight? Oh, here's one over here. Not too shabby. Got some of our enhancement ones we need. Time to buy some more exalts with chaos orbs. Ooh, 1.2? Yes, please. I will oblige. What's Indigon? It's a helmet. It's a unique helmet.
Hey,
Speak.
It's actually a pretty decent bow. Percent fizz, flat lightning. Flat fizz, crit. You think I could sell that? I don't know if the Gemini bow base is good or not. Is that an ideal bow base? That's the best bow base? Wait, really? Hmm. Nice. Okay. Oh, I got baited. Got baited by a fake trade. You hate to see it. Okay, so we put this on.
how can I help?
We go over here. We put these on. Bam, bam. We go and we get an iron rune out. Like this. I don't know if it's worth that much. Let's do as a regular iron rune. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Then we slam on. Stuff. That could have been attack speed. I was close. Almost got what I needed. Okay. So 150 to 282, 4 to 101. Did we make anything valuable? Survey says 1.2 times like 200. It's like 260-ish. Bow additional. 30 chaos. Ours has base crit. And ours has flat lightning. No shot. It's like, no, that's definitely better. That has attack speed and better fizz. It is pretty good though. 155 to 282. Do I take the time to put the better runes in then? I'm gonna put in the better runes. I think the item's good enough. Man, if we hit attack speed, it would have been crazy though. Let's list it for 7 and see if it sells. It's like 10 maybe, 10 to 15. I don't have as much confidence as you guys do. I'm gonna chill at 7 and see how it does. It says something about the loot situation. If it's worth that much, what does that mean? What does it say? No shots worth that? I've been spamming Gwennon for hours? Well, we'll decrease the price if it doesn't sell. We're gonna find out. What's the one that clear skies, delirium, forgotten by time? This one? So this one's getting expensive, I guess. No, it's not expensive. It's 1 exalt. It's just a lie. Without the base, it's kind of meh. Yeah. The base is pretty lucky, the +1 arrow. We'll see what it sells for. We might be coping. Or maybe we're not coping and it is worth. It's early in the league. Yep. It is early in the league. Alright, you know, I don't care that much about buying this tablet thing. Let's just keep mapping. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Burial bog we go. I'm playing BB2 the first time. I'm following your build. Currently got into Cruel. Following YouTube videos. Cheers. Awesome, Reezy. Glad you're enjoying it, dude. On trade planner. Green, red lines. Is that for weapons I wanted to? Correct. Which one is which? Red passes are weapon set 1, which is your main hand. It's what you spend 95% of your gameplay doing. And weapon set 2 is for when you cast a spare, or when you want to swap to blink, or if you want to do the other thingy. I'm just spacing the name on right now. Can I have the gambler box, guys? Not that I don't like the beetle. The beetle's cool and all, but can I have the gambler box?
More mana.
Why chiming stuff? That's for specifically Sigil of Power. Sigil of Power is a damage multiplier. When is Lance's Bone Storm POB coming out? Never gonna happen.
Death and decay.
A 10x out of the slot machine? Yeah, I keep hearing about the slot machine. Kind of want it. Feel a bit jealous of all these slot machine enjoyers.
None can oppose me. Out of mana.
You expecting more unique strong boxes? Probably, maybe, with the tree. I haven't looked at all the strongbox nodes and stuff. I started out with essences, which I have some regrets because I feel like I'm getting no graders, so it doesn't really feel worth it. Just got my second divine orb. Yo, congratulations on your second divine orb. It bring you great power. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for my first citadel. I'm on my way. Surely I'll find it soon.
Speak.
Faster, recoup, recover. Interesting. They get a companion deals 20% increased damage as a node. That's such a good affix, actually. It's a crazy affix because they have the node that makes companion damage apply to them. My ratio feels like 100 to 1. Yeah. It don't seem very good. That's been my experience as well. Any fun last epic builds? I will be playing last epic for the 17th, but I haven't theory crafted anything for it yet. I'll probably look at that like a day or two before launch.
Out of mana. None can oppose me.
You watching the Ellie interview? Not planning on it.
Wither away.
I didn't even know there was an Ellie interview happening. I'm gonna be watching the the Jonathan v. Zizarin interview. That's what I'm gonna be watching. Very, very closely. Watching the interview with great interest.
Have good manner.
Hey! Kitiko! How much is it worth, guys? What do you think? We were told earlier the Fub Gooners are using these gloves. I sold it for a div yesterday. Holy. Well, let's find out. Let's find out if they're still going for a div. See how strong the Fub Gooner power is. I get heavy Abomination vibes from this map. Anyone else see this map and just think Abomination?
Is my power to wield?
1-to-1, yeah, they look very similar to me. Kitikos. 15 exalts 3 minutes ago. 28 exalts. I don't know, guys. They don't look like they're a div anymore. Looks like they've tanked. That being said, if we corrupt them, we could make more. Thoughts? Divine Orbit roll. Divine Orbit to reduce the cat attack speed. We got Cold Pen. Close. Almost what we needed. Let's go for 22. What do we want on those? Roll range going lower would be nice. There's a few different things that could happen. Okay, maybe we listed those a bit too low. we undercut it a little too much there, guys. Got like an alternate version of my hideout, or is you taking forever to get here? For somebody so quick on the spam trigger, dude is prepared to waste as much as my time as possible. Freaking not able to come to my hideout.
Hey,
Take forever on the buy window.
good luck.
You're getting the snipe price, buddy. Okay? You don't have to waste my time with it.
Suffer and die.
Is the only high might magnitude juicy? I don't think so. But other people think so. You have to decide for yourself. Are you an unholy might enjoyer? You You have to answer that question deep down. What does Unholy Might mean to you?
I will feast on your soul. More mana.
No, I did. Unholy Might, mana stacking, late game. You're just talking about a different character. You're not talking about SF Strain. Wait. My noob text isn't up. Maybe that's why I'm getting Unholy Might questions. Maybe that's why I had the shield was down temporarily. Our barrier to the Unholy Might questions is currently not alive. Holy. Let the barrier drop for 2 seconds, and they already landed 5 torpedoes. We had a breach, yeah.
None can oppose me. Too soon. Wither away. Out of mana.
I found this really cool note that I think... Don't say it. Don't say it. Roll plus Lightning Spear is peak gameplay. Are we Lightning Spear enjoyers? Lance needs chat inoculation. Kinda true, honestly.
Mana.
Sounds like a nice defensive layer.
Death with my power to you. Death and decay.
Or have you already answered this? But how's Indigon? I don't know. We don't have Indigon yet. The title might say something along the lines of getting 90, then swapping to Indigon. We're level 89. And I think we're pretty clearly not wearing an Indigon, right? Like, you can see my character does not have an Indigon on. What emote is this? Let me Smith? Sure. There you go. You can have your Smith emote. Gotta do what I gotta do, man. Gain damage that works on DOS though. Nope. 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 Valve Factory, trenches, hidden grotto, seepage. Okay, I guess this is the faster way. Wait, I just realized we're listening to Gary's Reserve. Nope. Nope. Not today, Gary's Reserve. Not today. You thought, but you thought wrong. My health doesn't decrease during this time. Why? I don't know what that means. I'm missing context. Are you missing context?
I will cut you down. Out of mana.
Like, worst questions I've been looking and the answers everywhere. It would be really useful. It was displayed in an obvious manner somewhere. I just kind of find it. Does gain damage work?
Drain.
1.5-year sum, not saved. No! It's giant freaking text on screen. I read an entire essay just to get down to him freaking beaming about the freaking. Next one's a ban. Next one's a perma. Okay. No more Mr. Nice Guy. You have to do 15 different nexuses to finish the quest? That's what it looks like. Guys, what do you think? Is it greater time? Nope. Never greater time.
None can oppose me.
AJJ!
More mana.
What is greater time? It's the delusion that eventually after corrupting enough essences, I'll get the scenario where it corrupts into a greater essence instead of just corrupting into different essences or breaking. AKA I spec the essence nodes and I'm waiting for the payoff of like 3 exalts and profit and I haven't gotten it yet. Some may say the 3 exalt profit isn't actually real, and those people might be right. Did you know that Indigon increases the ES cost? Yes, believe it or not, I can read sometimes. Doesn't this break survival? Guys, who told you that you're simply not allowed to respec when changing gearing based on appropriate passive tree changes that would make sense with the item you're swapping to? Because last time I checked, I have the ability to change my tree based on Indigon being a very different item than the current helmet I'm wearing, right? So maybe
Yes.
I won't be spec'd into Eldritch Empowerment when I swap to Indigon. Thoughts?
Indeed. Of course.
Is that a streamer client exclusive? To respec nodes. Don't know. You fixed the suffixes? I made an armor? You might want to quality that. Other than that, yo, sick chest piece, dude. Sick chest piece. Can you keep this old planner too? I'll make a new one for Indigon. Indigon is expensive. So the planner, just so you guys know, has multiple gear sets. When I swap to Indigon, I will make a 4th gear set that says Indigon, and this will be the mid gear set. And I will have a tree that is the level 90 mid gear set, and then I will make a new tree for the Indigon, just so you have the progression. The thing is, I need to confirm Indigon even works. I'm not gonna add a bunch of stuff for how to do Indigon if it doesn't work, which I need to freaking swap to it and test it to verify.
None can oppose.
That is the plan. You'll have all the information of what my character's currently using, in addition to the whatever the new setup is for Indigon. You don't have to worry, man. You don't have to worry. Got you.
More mana.
Where's the text on screen here? It's back now. Also, shout out to YouTube chatters. I'm sorry, guys. Today, the multi-chat decided to not work for YouTube chat. So, if you've been asking questions on YouTube, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's not working. I really need to get a different program. Because it's so it's like 50% hit rate. It's really bad. It's got a failing grade of successfully registering chat. I just got a divine on the casino strongbox. I want the casino strongbox. I haven't gotten one yet. YouTube chats abandoned like Harbinger. That's not true. I never played a Harbinger. Yeah.
To serve me.
I sense such hatred in your heart.
Is this guy playing freaking staves? Get wrecked. Get absolutely wrecked. Get out of this slow motion whirlwind coming in for that assault. It did not pan out.
None can oppose me.
Am I gonna watch this interview? Yes, I am. It's gonna happen in 1 hour, guys. It's gonna happen in 1 hour. Going to... It's gonna be a cage match, guys. It's gonna be a cage match. It's gonna be the entertainment pay-per-view event of the year. Jonathan versus his 2 men enter the arena, 1 man leaves alive. It's gonna be sick. There will be some high stakes.
Hello.
High stakes. What are the red lines, the green lines? Weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. Going for the neck, he's mad. He's been fueling up for the past few months. His rage has been compounding. He's about to unleash it all. About to, go berserk. Those are so satisfying, they are. Yo! I was about to say I was gonna go the right way, but then I went the wrong way. Unfortunate, we almost did wisps. I switch to Indigon, do I have to use controller too? No. You know what? Yes. Yes, actually yes. You do have to use controller. Quite frankly, you should switch to controller before you switch to Indigon. If you don't have it, you can't do the swap properly.
How can I help? Bye.
Oh, you seen the Wrathwith unique? I have. Wrathwith looks like a good time, but it's not particularly relevant for this character. It could work for a different character though. Would require a fairly different character though, I think.
Another corpse to serve me.
Playing controller makes the game pog, I'd agree. Controller is goated. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this later. Expect that for now. We are officially... We've officially acquired level 90. Question is... Can we make a proper setup occur?
Get out of my way.
How did you bind your blink? You can't bind your blink. You just have to be good at the game and weapon swap manually, or begin the cast for your curse, which is on weapon set 2, and then manually press the dodge roll. So for example, right now what I'm going to do, I'm on my main hand. I'm going to press blink, or not blink, sorry. I'm going to press despair, which forces weapon set 2, and then click dodge roll. And it registers that you're on weapon set 2, and it basically animation cancels. So that right there, it didn't look like I spent the time to weapon swap, because I didn't. You can start the weapon swap to cast a skill and animation cancel with blink. No, it's not like a separate keybind or anything. I am manually thinking about casting despair, clicking a button, and then clicking the dodge roll. But it's not dodge roll in that case, right? Proximal tangibility. I was like, no wonder this guy isn't taking any damage. Makes so much more sense. at the robe I made. 855 with the plus socket. Dang, dude. It's freaking good, man. Congrats. It's a sick chest piece. And 155 live? Yeah, the thing looks sick.
Out of mana. Too soon. A gift from fate.
I'm trying hard to not ask if gain Galactic. Last time somebody asked, I said next one's a ban. Think it through. If you want to live, think it through. Is this the time for greater essence? Nope. Never is. I'm sorry. The hell is that? Does it put me back in? It puts me back in, doesn't it? Why does he have time freeze?
Ray.
How is that fair?
None can oppose me.
He just gets to spawn time freeze underneath my feet? How much is your recharge delay? I don't know. You can look at the planner and do math. It is pretty feels good is what it is. Could always be better though.
Rayclast heals one piece at a time.
Made this last night. +3 mana spell damage cast speed. Spell damage cast speed's nice. The other mods are kind of unfortunate, but pretty dang solid. Nice amulet. You can see on the C button? Yeah. And you can see if you look at the planner and do some math.
With each success,
Crazy, right?
time is of the essence.
Stupid math? Not my problem. I'm not here to hover over every single stat that every single chatter wants me to look at. Look at the planner, do math on a social butterfly? Guys, if I took time, every single time somebody went in here and said, Lance, I need you to look at this specific stat right now, we just get nothing done. And what ends up happening is I don't actually improve the build, and I don't improve the planner, and then thousands of people who aren't incapable of looking at the planner then suffer because the one guy needed to know the exact stat of the recharge delay right now from me on stream because he couldn't look at it up himself because he was too lazy to do that. Do you see the issue? Don't blame me. Take it out on the guy that wanted to say I'm being toxic. I get that, but this game damage people competing in assholes and saying questions, yeah. Does this build do well on endgame bosses, or is it more of mapper? Well, we haven't. I haven't found a citadel yet. I'm level 90. I'll let you know when I find a citadel, and then I need to find 2 more citadels, and then after that, I'll let you know how it goes on Arbiter. Stuff takes time, guys. We're like, what, 4 days into the league, 4.5 days or whatever. I will test them when I get there. I haven't had an issue with any bosses so far, though. I don't expect I will be having any issues with any of the bosses, but you never freaking know. Alright, we're officially level 90. Let's swap to mouse and keyboard and see if we can craft the gear to swap. You made me log out? You made yourself log out. I don't know why you logged out, but you gotta take ownership of your own decisions. I have an Indigon wand for you. You have a wand with mana regen? Cool. Not sure I care. Okay. Pack size, rares, duper rare. I haven't really been using precursor tablets. We'll start looking at grabbing the increased rares, I guess. Which is just more loot. Quantities over here. Precursor effect would be here. Quantity waste stones. Explicit mods over here. Corrupt an additional time. Maybe I start valuing my waystones. We got a tooltip. The tooltip is telling you how much the hit base damage is. You need to look deeper to find the dot tooltip. Those are 2 different things. How much mana do we need at a minimum? I haven't even swapped to the helmet. My recommendation is you're probably gonna need some. How much? I don't freaking know. Oh, I shouldn't even like brought up the helmet, I guess. I shouldn't have mentioned it once until I was ready to instantly swap to it, because like people are gonna ask about it before I even have it set up. Should have never said anything. Kept my mouth shut. People have no patience. They need to know before I even have it set up. Can we see the updated tree? The tree on the planner is literally the tree I have right now. Give or take like 15% yes. Lance, I just bought all the Indigons. Can you swap builds quickly so I can... Oh, I don't know what to think about this, man. I'm asking because I'm afraid price goes up. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Hey, John Grown, how you doing, man? How's the poison spear going? If I'm a blood mage, I take blood magic on the tree. Jung, I don't know. I haven't played blood mage. I saw the blood mage first node, and I was like, I don't want to league start that. And then I haven't touched it since. That's the amount of thought I put into blood mage. My only hope. I'm sorry, man. I don't. Pox played blood mage. I think Pox started blood mage. He might know. Pure downside? Well, maybe he wants the extra cost, guys. He might want the extra cost. If he uses like the I don't know, the freaking staff, for example. See if we can hit decent ES mod. Recharge rates, faster start of recharge, and focus. Okay, and what do we slam? Burst duration, shock duration, chance to ignite. These are okay jewels. Don't know if that's what we'll use or not. Alright, next up on the crafting palooza. See if we can make some mana regenerate on rings. Did I already try spaghettification? You're asking if I anointed spaghettification. Is that what you're asking? And the answer is no, I haven't anointed the isolation oil anoint. I anointed the thing that costs 2 greens and an orange. Because those are cheap as hell. And I'm a cheapskate. Spaghettification is nice for a little bit of movement speed, and percent damage is okay. High Lance? What the hell are you doing here? You trying to steal my purchase? Back off! Hey! Back yourself up! Ring's mine! Event Horizon? I'm pretty sure bricks. Pretty sure Event Horizon is a brick. It bricks a recharge, which is a no-go. Alright. We have some ring bases to do. Let's see how these go. We got some ring bases with life and mana regen, and we have caster, greater caster essences. So we're trying to make rings that have Life, cast speed, mana regen, and double res. So let's see how we do. May RNG be in our favor. Number 1, hit good cast speed. Nice. The other essences.
What is
Gamba. You guys want to bet on a Gamba? We could do a Gamba. How about 1D okay? 1D plus 10x and deal. How about this? Let's do a gamble for if we hit 2 rings. The 2-ring qualification will be 16% or higher cast speed plus a 30 res or higher. So that would have to be triple suffix, that is decent, plus the life mod that's already on all of these rings. And one of the rings doesn't have a life mod. This one doesn't have a life mod. And we already hit cast speed here, but it's contingent on we have to slam on the 3rd good mod on the suffix pool. Is everybody understanding the situation? Are we good with that? Are we good with the deal? If we're not, well, too bad is the situation. Too bad is the situation. Do we hit 2 good rings? Yes or no? Prediction is open. I'm gonna try to reopen the chat and see if it will start picking up YouTube chat again. Holy, that worked! You know, I need to do that in the future. I closed out the multi-chat and reopened it, and now I can see YouTube messages. I should have done that hours ago. What level contagion depth do you use? Level 1. Today we're swapping Indigon? That's the goal. So right now we're crafting rings with mana regenerate along with life. Both of these things help out our mana regen because our mana regen is based on how much life we have, and mana regen effects, regenerate effects are overall sustain. We're gonna do a big tree change too. Some of the nodes become less important and other nodes become more important. Like for example, these nodes they're not that much percent damage, and it costs a lot of passives to go over here. I could probably ramp 1 more stack of Indigon for 50% damage, which is about how much I'm getting from here, if I just grabbed, you know, 2 points into mana regen. So we're gonna change our tree around, reprioritize some stuff, and see where that puts us at. Obligatory YouTube chat isn't real. YouTube chat is real, guys. YouTube chat is not fake. We have I think we have 13 total bases. Lance, did you cast into a +5 one? No. I still have my fractured base over here, but I haven't tried more chaos orbs on it because, well, I need money to swap over to mana regenerate gear, so we're working on that right now. We are working on the mana regenerate gear right now. And hopefully we can succeed. Lance never acknowledged me for an hour. I had to come over. The YouTube chat was bricked. It seems to be working now, though. What helps increase your dot damage besides percent chaos damage? Percent spell damage, percent chaos damage, wither effect, plus levels. It's super limited. There's not a lot of scalers. There's no dot multi like there is in PoE1. So it's more limited than that. Why is the text on the screen? Because people keep asking me about Unholy Might and Extraction and every gain damage source because they keep thinking it works with Essence Drain, dot damage, and it doesn't. So I'm just protecting myself from that repeat question. Well, there are hundreds of Spectre monsters. I'm going insane. Are you going to try Valgar's this league? I'm not that big of a minion guy. I'm probably just going to play this character, min-max this character, and then that'll be about, by the time I finish this character, it'll probably be about time for Last Epochs next season, which I'm pretty excited about trying out. You know it won't protect you. That's true. It won't protect me. All right, let's do this thing. We hit cast speed once already with a T1. Let's see. Another T1 roll. Okay. Let's see if we can... Oh, my word. 3 T1 cast speed rolls in a row. We're looking pretty good right now. 4 T1 cast speed rolls in a row. Holy! T2 cast speed roll. T2 cast speed roll. T1. Oh, my word. We're doing good. T2. T2. All right, okay, it couldn't last forever. We had to hit a bad cast speed roll eventually. T1, we're so back. Bad cast speed. Bad cast speed. Holy. 50% chance to hit T2 or higher, and we hit, how many is this? 10 out of 13 rings? Yo, stuff's going our way. Okay, for context though, last night I was on Discord with my brother. He's starting the league. I was hooking him up with some leveling gear. I decided while I was chatting with him to YOLO some cast speed rolls on rings. I think 6 out of 6 I hit like the lowest tier cast speed. So I technically I'm making up from the misses earlier. We had some bad cast speed hits I don't want to talk about. Anyways, I guess this is T2 or T3 cast speed, T3 cast speed. They're not terrible, right? Older or younger brother? I'm the oldest, or I'm the youngest in my family, so he's technically older. All right, anyways, now for some slams. What we need to see out of this is we need to see 30 or higher res twice. Holy, yo, that's a nice wand you got there. Does RNG evens out? Yes, it does. It evens out, trust. It evens out. You gotta believe me. All right, let's see some good slams here. We need to hit T3, or I don't know if it's T3. I don't know what tier res 30 res or higher is, but gain life on kill is a no. That's unfortunate. Regen is a no. Fizz is not a suffix. Strength is decent, but not res, which is what we need. Rarity, that's a prefix. Okay, that's fine. Bad regen, no. All right, 6 rings left. 6 rings and a dream left. Rarity suffix is, I guess, decent, but it's not what we need. All right, 5 more rings and a dream. Bad regen. Flat is a prefix. Bad regen. Dude, what is with the regen rolls? Stop! Yes! Holy, that ring's insane. That is a good res roll, good regen roll, good life roll, good cast speed. That is insane. Holy. That's like all T1s, isn't it? I think those are all T1s. I mean, you don't really freaking know because it's T8, T6, T4, T7 because why? But I'm pretty sure those are all T1s. Slam it 2 more times for glory. Rarity, nice. Okay, that ring's insane. That is definitely one of our rings. That's a keep. That's a keep. All right. If only we could roll that lightning damage into chaos. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That'd be kind of crazy. All right. Where were we? Oh, this ring doesn't even have life on it. Oh, that's depressing. Okay, res, not happening. And the last attempt. Okay, res. We hit 1 ring. 1 ring, guys. Unfortunately, we did not hit a 2nd ring with a res roll. This ring's insane, but the 2nd ring didn't hit. Easiest bet of my life. Sorry, guys. Sorry, believers. Did we hit 2 good rings? The answer is no. We just hit the 1 good ring. The 1 good ring we hit was pretty insane, to be fair. What am I gonna hit on a slam on this thing? Do I hit like mana? Oh, evasion rating, okay. Of these rings... Rarity suffix. See if I can slam life on this one. No life. Flat. Flat. Unfortunate. Cast speed matter on essence drain? It matters to me. It matters to me. I think cast speed's pretty important for how the build feels to play. You could decide for yourself how much it's worth to you, but it matters to me. Yeah, we had a lot of life regen rolls, which is unfortunate. This one didn't hit life. Rest in peace. I guess on this one I could whittle, technically. I don't think that's worth whittling, though. Whittling's pretty expensive. Here, I'll blind slam on these two. On these ones, just in case we hit a really good res. And just we'll have one with bad cast speed. Int. Fire res? That could potentially work. Ooh. All res. I think I'll use that, actually. That's pretty balanced res-wise. Because it has all res, all res. So we'll probably do this ring and this ring. And then we'll have to maybe get lightning res roll somewhere. And then this one's decent. It's got resell value. These all probably have resell value. We just kind of guesstimate. Are you gonna watch the interview? Yes. How soon is it happening, guys? How soon is the interview? It's like 10 minutes. Let's pull up Ziz's channel. 15? Alright, yeah, it's soon. Alright. I got Ziz open. Well, let me know if they start early or something, but I'll just try to keep looking at the clock for 5 o'clock. No life hits. And before PoE 2 gets their own Let's Talk? Can you imagine PoE 2 getting its own Let's Talk? That sounds kind of crazy. That sounds a little bit crazy to me. Alright,
Hello.
actually doing okay financially. Do I look at Catalyst? Catalyst. We have Mana Catalyst. How much are those? Not too expensive. We have Speed Catalyst, Chaos Modifier Caster Catalyst, Lightning, Physical, Cold, Fire, Attribute, Mana, Defense. How do you tell what things are tagged as? Ellie Catalyst for the Ellie Res Ring? Will a fire modifier work on that? There's no Ellie specific one. There's just the generic Ellies, right? It will? Interesting, okay. Okay, so if I take this ring right now, you guys aren't lying to me, right? Doesn't look like it's working. Are you guys sure? 6%. I should see a change in the 13 res. Okay, yeah, it does work. All right, you guys are right. Woo! Okay, I panicked for a second there. I just suck at math. I just suck at math. You guys are right. 15 all res, 10 all res. Nice. 6 of 13 isn't one. Yeah. I was sucking at math for a little bit there. Don't rub it in, okay? Don't rub it in. All right. So that works for that one. And for this one, we'll do a neural because they're cheap. All right. So between these two rings, we'll have 140 mana regen rate, good res, good cast speed, good life. Not too shabby, honestly. Can I put these on now? I can't, can I? Fire, cold res. Cold res. See if I can put these on right now without breaking my character. We're at 72, 72, 76. Oh, nice. Yeah, we could just put these on. We could sell our old rings, which are pretty good. What would our 4th support gem be with Withering Presence? I can't find it on max roll. Withering Presence, I only have Clarity and Persistence. I used to have Mysticism before we realized we could get Blasphemy Aura without costing any extra spirit. Is it all for another reason? We just don't have the spirit for it. And most of the time we are spending our... Most of the time, like, we're casting, we don't have full ES anyways a lot of the time, so I think it's not that big of a loss. Okay, so step number 1, to get mana regen rate on rings, we're already at 300 mana regen. Step number 2 is gonna be a tree respec. Aside from a tree respec, we have gloves that I want to change to.
How can I help?
While this item is active in your inventory, your next orbital will only remove suffix modifiers. Okay, so those are expensive. I don't even know if this mana and Fizz Leech is the lowest tier mods on here. Let's check. Check BUDB before we buy an Omen of Whittling. Is mana regen on weapon good? Yep, that gives you another source of mana regen. Probably your 3rd best suffix. Probably plus levels, cast speed, then mana regen. Gloves. This isn't PvE2 DB. Modifiers, gloves. It will show you. Well, I don't want to purchase it unless Oh, it's over. Those are like T1 leech rolls. Okay, this one's a T1 leech roll. The life one is. The mana one is level 68. What's our cold rise one on this? Our cold res is 27. That's like T3 or something. Oh, it's over. Whittling would be our lowest tier mod. What about the ES rolls? Oh my, ES would be my lowest tier mod. Oh, it's just screwed. I literally need the omen of the suffix thing if I'm gonna craft the suffixes. Because the ES is such a low tier mod. New base. I mean, I'm still using these gloves. These gloves are pretty freaking good, but it is a bummer. Greater Iron Rune. Where are you at? It's worth 30 ES. If I can justify putting it on. Will mean we need to get our res swapped around quite a bit more. We don't need cold res on our shield, so maybe we could go for a shield adjustment. This over here. Is the interview starting yet? Interview starting, guys, I think. Okay. It's time for the cage match, guys. Cage match time is here. I'll change the title so we're aware. Ziz vs Jonathan cage match is now. Better make so YouTube can hear.
Better than them? Yeah, maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
No, YouTube sound? Yeah, I'm adding
Hey,
it
Jen,
now.
are you able to get the, sweet.
Okay, let me know if the sound's okay. I'm like maxing them out.
Alright, apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this, chat? How is this?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Try now.
Alright. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's alright.
Yeah, looks nervous. Well,
Okay,
this
everybody's
is gonna be an
good. And
awkward
my
interview,
comparative
guys.
Audio to them is
Alright.
good.
It's gonna be an awkward interview.
Okay, cool. Everyone's doing good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some like OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So hopefully not. But yeah, I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG, and yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's always good to have a chat. You know, obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's gonna be
Contentious
a
is
lot
a
of
word.
questions about that.
Yep,
But,
that's a
you
word
know,
you could
It's always
use.
good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, so I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like, there isn't really a like an obvious way to like to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make like all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you know, you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through.
True.
So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. Like and so like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And you know, like then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, like I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often, I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like, you know, that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign. And the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like, if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? You know, it's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like, that's why, you know, when we're like, okay, people are saying like, we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of, like, I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you. And that may result in the areas becoming shorter, but making it shorter is not like, it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's, is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things. And that's, I think, what puts us a little bit, like when it comes to communication with the community, like, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time. We want to fix that. So we're going to look at like so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like, it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't
Sorry about that.
you know, like the area despawns and you're like, you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself. Well,
I guess a follow-up to that was, I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that,
I would like to finish.
Snap.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases.
The intention wasn't to nerf you,
like that comes down.
But we nerfed you.
Like,
should we be more
so
powerful?
we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like. Then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal
nerfing
here
support
was
gems generically nerfs
right?
people.
Like nerf no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial, easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both.
Well,
both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. and stuff like that. Like, let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. They
totally had more
good
life than
about
the
that.
rares.
Right.
They
I think there was
consistently
definitely a
survived longer
compounding
than
of
the
a
rare.
few factors that were
Like,
like on
every
their
single
own
time.
relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like, we have to find where they are, because I don't like. I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
there might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that's changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we
no,
are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like, you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like, if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like, it's just 100% the case. Like, you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like, they don't, like, effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like, I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now, there will probably be some areas, like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like, I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example.
And there's
where,
freaking
like,
nowhere to
make some
move on
changes.
that freaking
Get more specific.
caravan.
Like, I have someone
tiny
right
bridges
now
and
literally
choke
going
points
through
everywhere.
the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed. Yeah.
I guess I'm a little.
But just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we've run into is like people will say, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people.
No, it's not a problem.
So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act One?
I
Like
don't remember.
like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that like it's okay if everything if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can
I miss
completely
those
dominate
tools,
everything
man.
to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun. But we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down.
5% of the time, probably.
And they're like, "Oh my god, I'm just being chased down." So
pretty much all deaths is just swarm death.
And also, I sort of didisagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with. Like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is it like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
For right now, sorry.
Just because again,
like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where. I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
like,
monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore, and that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me, and I know that if you if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
There's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like, for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said.
Mhm.
And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start. And then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the
Yeah,
reservation.
the Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
there's the
so
Titan Valley as well.
I've seen
Yeah.
a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Right.
Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to. Not every monster
This
needs
is a
to
good
slow
cop,
down, but,
bad
like,
cop
for example,
situation.
some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely. And that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do. And that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that. And I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like 1-button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out
Well-
everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Like, the monsters have to be able, like, there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like, it's always an amount, right? Like, there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about, like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like,
Quicksilver.
talking about
Leaf Slam with
the
no
monster life
cooldown.
is the main thing, because which you could argue is player
Deleting
damage,
attack
right? That
times?
obviously
Thoughts?
is
Sure.
Monster
proportionate
life
to
is
some
the easiest way.
degree.
If everything is
PV1
too
did it
weak,
right.
then
Give
monster life
crafting
is where
back.
solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are finding the tricks to do good,
Think about it.
then yes, it is. It is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Mhm.
And like, we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like, there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like, kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like, that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like, it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, well, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like, you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So
Yeah.
making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that, like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for, like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like, here may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like, we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So
Yeah.
it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt, and so
Well,
one of the-
we're not talking keystone.
Sorry,
I
not
think
key, sorry, I
everyone
didn't mean to
agrees.
say keystone. I was meant to say the
Notables.
notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good. I
like,
think it's the frequency of them
finding,
in that part of the tree.
But I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find
bit
another
much.
way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get. That you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing return.
What the hell are the warrior players talking about? It's like one
500 to
freaking node.
20% increase is
Reduced
going to
attack
matter less
speed.
than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt.
They never shut up about
I
it.
definitely now can feel the difference. And
Like
I would
5? Okay, I'll have to look
a lot
more
don't
later.
hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there. So
Yeah.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can
Just don't click this wheel.
Just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure. But like,
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time. And the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual, like, you know, like all of the positive buff parts. And so it's like like last season, we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that. Right. Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like, bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like we're going in and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And Maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
Like 2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's what I
thing
wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like, so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the
Don't
whole
say
thing by adding
checkpoints,
was
dude.
like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that
People
wasn't
are
the
not
case. It was
happy
just
about
like,
the checkpoints.
here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff.
Oh,
And you
the trigger
posted,
word.
you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like the
Some people feel like you are.
your
Right?
second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matland Waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific
Well,
problem for that particular
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like you combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like, you know, running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not going to.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do
Yeah.
have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage,
this is
the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
like
not
for
as
damage.
Bad. It's not as bad. Again, you
I
can
don't
kill
know,
stuff
guys.
fast.
It's the movement speed specifically.
I think it's toxic.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
but you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this.
Dude,
and I would prefer that
Let's
wasn't the
Talk is
solution
hilarious,
because then you end up with a kind of
The
like
vision
pretty
makes me
lame
sad,
sort of
man.
gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
as a
said,
solution.
we have some things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
Right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Right.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might. Want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if people like
they
it,
can go behind the boss's life bars and you know all that problem, and hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution
No, not the crafting
here,
bench question.
but we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on. And we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
You get like
Well,
5
they're just
artifice
not
orbs
dropping.
through the
Even if you're
entire
checking
campaign.
the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So
Enough
you
artifice
try
orbs for
to
like
keep
one
getting gear
set of gear, and
upgrades.
you should be
There's
swapping
not
out
enough
your set
loot.
of
There's
gear.
a
You
lot of
just
people
freaking
complaining
hack.
about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that
Nah, you don't get enough.
probably 80% of the gear I'll be wearing pretty much through the whole
I
campaign
actively made
would
the
have
choice not to
sockets,
use them
like,
because
in
they're
there.
valuable
So
and
like,
more
if that's the
important for me to
case,
trade
then, like, there must be
than
something I'm
use all
not
my gear because
understanding
they're
about, like, why
so
that
rare
people are
early.
feeling that way. Because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would love to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to
fundamentally
fix
the same.
issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything.
Crafting bench
that way,
works on
other than
any
it's being
item.
less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is
so
a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like, I mean, that's a different question
It's
again,
not just
right?
the
Like, if you're talking
power.
about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
But-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It's just as a qualifying thing that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here. As far as like,
I think
what
Jonathan
the,
just plays with trash res through the
amount of
entire
loot
campaign.
that
That's the theory
you're
I have
getting
right now.
versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people like
quite.
that?
It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added
would-
those quite late. We
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
end
yeah.
up putting them in
It's
any.
true. So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting
Yeah.
bench,
And we do need to.
and
we
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets to
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Yeah, give us buffs, baby.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if
Yeah.
it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
It's important. It's also
oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because
Right.
that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so like a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
It would, I mean, surely if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be like, surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that, like, we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that
there's a fine line there for sure. Right. But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier, or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements, and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing
Hmm.
that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And
So-
so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with
Right,
another
that
item.
is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are. Because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res. So I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start. And I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
We'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards,
Right.
for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do. There.
Jonathan, zero res
the other thing
campaign
about
run
the tree
win.
that can be a bit tricky
Dude.
here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution. And that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that, yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items. if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it is. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
Like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed. But okay,
Yeah.
can you give me an idea then on
But,
like
but
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the
one of
player?
the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that.
I do not
And
feel
whereas
like
if
gear
we lower
changes
monster
high.
power, then you're improving the like you don't need we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like
So-
it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very
I
early
can't-
heavy.
I can't
This is
really
the ring I
explain
wore
why that
till like level
would
70,
happen,
and I found
because,
it
like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't
level
change.
50.
The only thing that changes
before that. I
is
had a
the
one
number
stat
of
ring,
magic
which
and
was
rare
just the
monsters
implicit
that
of the ring.
exist. And so over time, the
That was
amount
my
of loot you
ring.
get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due
Right.
to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is
Yeah,
as far as I understand. it.
several
Thankfully,
times
yeah.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like, it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So
No one disenchant! Wait,
because
does anyone
of
disenchant?
crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find
do,
that
really?
I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat,
I can
regaling,
see
and
that
then
as a
that
stat.
missing, and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
You get a lot of regals anyways.
Well, I can't
You just
say
sell your
much
rares
as
to
to
be able
that,
to
but
have gold.
like that is the reason you don't have regals if like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
Mhm.
Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better, maybe it is, but
Right.
You know, like that it does explain that particular one currency.
Diz, ask him about
It's also
gold if we
quite a few
disenchant all our
alchemies and stuff
rares.
as well.
Ask him about gold.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way
Ask
to
him
go
about
through to rare is
gold.
more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like, we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is.
You could have pushed them on the gold, man. The gold.
Player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to doing anything with that.
Wait, Ziz, shut up! Don't tell him Nico's more dangerous.
As an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you
actually snitching? What the hell?
Implicit charm slots based on item level. So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like, that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before, you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign. It kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that, just to clear.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this. And then it just got lost in the weeds. So like the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it. Or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then, yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get. But
it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly high-end minimum, and like probably 3 and like
6
sometimes 4
charms.
wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay,
but it's
more
interesting
charms,
that
the
even
better.
the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet, and it's like, like that wasn't even like, even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually noticed. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want it
different.
to
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Mhm.
And do you think the
I mean-
implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or
I
path
don't,
on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have
Okay.
to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I
It's a
just
way.
have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how aside from how many you have and not just their implicit like their base value. There's also just like I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So
Right.
there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yeah,
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary
Yo,
solutions.
masters are goaded.
Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
Fantastic
I'm
for
not
build
a
making.
huge fan of them because
Why do you hurt
they
me like
ended up
this?
devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really
But masteries
bland,
are sick!
when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree
Hurts.
didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer
was the
to
beauty
have
of
it
it.
be a situation where the notables are more
Give
interesting. And I
value.
do think that in PoE 2, the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work
like,
to do there
yeah,
though.
but
for
there is
sure.
more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you
Okay,
have
foils.
to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, no one thing matters at all. So like that's just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at all,
also
but,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always
as
true,
as a
yes.
player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like, you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
PoE 1 notables are
you can
cooler.
at
What are we
least
talking
rest
about?
assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another.
Yeah.
The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
Well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier
There's
to
life
scale
on the tree,
offense
guys.
rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then
I don't know. I like
shouldn't
making tanky
shouldn't
characters.
defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly.
Bosses just do no
And
damage
so
with PoE
if
too.
you
Except for the
don't
abilities that
die,
hit for 10x
like, okay,
everything
and the other
else.
thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something.
No,
that's
Arbiter
gonna chip you
changed
down
the
either.
big ability like
So,
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic
Look at
level of
PoE 1
balance change
bosses
compared to what we have, for sure.
You already got it right.
I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it. And
What are
you're
we
like, I
talking
have to
about?
leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mhm.
So like, it kind of means that the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like, you know, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I
that
think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So
We're
yes,
so lost in the
to the
weeds,
extent that we
guys.
have attrition-based
So
gameplay, the
lost.
attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like
What are we
attrition
talking
via
about right
flask
now?
is what we have. What I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that way.
The kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which...
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what
Those ones
skills
get to
are a
hit,
problem.
like 6 times in a row.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them. And then, yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point.
I think this is the last one life, yes. I don't know if you will.
The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get. We need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that.
You can tank that easy.
But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move.
I don't know about you, but when I'm face tanking, I'm having fun.
Especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of, it's
maybe
almost
that's
a bit ridiculous.
Maybe that's okay.
To
Maybe
discuss,
people
like,
should be able to build
which
that
of these two
tanky.
horrible outcomes is better.
The one playing.
Like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing.
I have 2 weeks to make our Lich tank.
Like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, I don't know whether this is the case or not. Like, it probably isn't. But even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people, there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that, having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. There are problems here 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that
I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah,
Yeah.
I are you happy with armor break and fist overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE2 context,
He's not gonna
I'm
say
not
energy shield
happy
beds, we're
with
fine.
the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other and arbiter and there's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Make armor not
No,
suck.
but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
to
no,
that.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor
Oh,
too.
I
is
see what
that-
you're saying. Sorry. Misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change-
be able to immediately say that.
In order
really.
to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood
We
the
did
issue
a
there.
few things. Like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses and we removed it, and there was
Why is armor bad?
there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
But that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like,
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But well, maybe
Because I would,
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means
of-
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a cloak of flames, and I can't remember the name, hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
Is this click DS or click life instead of ES? Classic
I mean, what I
mistake.
immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can
Click
give you a
live,
snapshot
guys.
before I because now with regen it has been
We can
We have it
we
all.
have it all. Don't worry.
perfect.
We can
Perfect.
take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
Perfect. Yeah.
We can just
the
steal your
regen did make a
character.
big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another
Don't tell them to
thing
look at ES
that,
characters. We're fine,
It's been
guys.
brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point was we see chaos damage very early in
5
PoE
times
2.
the raw
In
HP is
PoE 1, it
balanced.
was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah,
This sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because in standard you wouldn't.
I don't really care about hardcore, guys.
It's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore, they're going to definitely not die.
Honestly, pretty based
Like a different
response.
concern. I don't
Pretty
think we've
based
thought about it in
response.
that way previously.
Okay. Pretty
It
based
is sort of a
response.
medium core
Yeah, it's more of a
concern, 'cause,
hardcore
like,
situation.
if
We
you
don't
can't
really
get past
care
the
about
boss, you are
those
just stuck
failures.
Oh, sure, but like I mean, the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like,
Well, Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard fight.
That's
That's just a side note that's separate. But
Yeah.
like,
Viper's
in
a
terms of
good
just the
fight.
Fact, the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore.
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
Right.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of
just-
her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it
But,
poisons you, then it
yeah.
is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates.
It's
the,
not poison. It's not chaos
Your
except for
armor
the
mitigates the
poison,
chaos
which is
damage
everything.
because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion character. Like that poison
but
feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I,
in Peri 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right.
No, dude,
Makes
Viper's
sense.
one of the good fights.
I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard.
Please,
I
no.
wanted to ask you a
The
little
only
bit
thing we
about
get out of this is
pushing.
nerfing one of the good fights.
As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
Mhm.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword, like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing
I
that
don't
has
know
been
what we're
noticeable
talking
for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a
Okay,
ride.
sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant lions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly
Yeah.
the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
That's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to
It
regress.
still happens sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that. Too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respec and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on Ascendancy respec during early access,
respec
especially
cost. Is respec
since
cost
you've been
really-
talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly.
They're both like, what is he talking about? I'm
I
what are they
can't
talking?
say
What are they talking
personally, I've run into that as a problem.
Mhm.
Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it
that
depends how much
regard?
you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial.
I have to
respec.
admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really.
Mhm.
Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like
Mhm.
my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I
be?
don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
Ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respeccing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is.
But, same class,
yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, is that a threat?
I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like
Base
monsters
energy
are
shield
formed to be
buffs,
immune, right?
deal
Like
with
it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Yeah, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like I don't see why it can't.
Yeah. I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
Yeah. We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while.
Low life builds
where,
bricked.
Bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that?
I don't like where this is going.
I'm talking pre-release.
I mean, we're fine with Eternal Life. Guys. We're fine as liches.
Prowlers and
non-lich.
We had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question. For myself, like, how are you feeling about the current, like, Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just, how do you feel about it?
I definitely, I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because, like, I would never divine an item. Like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like, we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, they're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good.
I mean, it's impactful. They have 20 versus 30 res.
I can't say this is something we've really.
Divines are freaking rare, and it's expensive.
Yeah,
so it's just a thing that kind of happened, and then like, honestly, it just went under the radar the whole time. So
yeah,
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yep.
Bring them back.
It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And
Holy
in PoE 1, I
movement
feel like it's
speed.
a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, you're
No.
just are
Variance is
you
gonna be
just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, I
I've
guess it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy
No,
shield
come
boots and
on,
stuff.
Ziz.
Or
Right?
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge, though.
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like
you,
that.
seasoned players,
Dude,
not
let's
Right, right.
come on.
Yeah, not
man.
new players, sure.
random.
But it is
Right.
an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
Dude.
I mean,
Only exception is Ralakesh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think
to
that's
me,
probably one of the
like I mean,
few
sure, I
exceptions.
do not disagree with the fact that there
But
can
you
be
get movement speed
scenarios in
back with
PoE
that
1 where that's not the
parabase.
case. But I would still say it's
Frenzies.
basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh Impatience, they don't have movement speed on them. And like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
They do have movement speed though, because the freaking
But
chest
I mean,
gives it.
isn't it fundamentally then just the back to
Get
like
back from the
back to the question
frenzies.
of like,
You still
do
get
you want to
the
move
movement speed.
faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
mean-
whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is the
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of it.
comes back to
Yeah.
the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution that
The
I would
bigger
Make the
questions about
implicit,
whether or
like,
not the implicit
Ascendancy skills
the
based on your
skill
level.
should or shouldn't level up.
Get rid of the
with the
leveled
item.
implicits.
Well,
I mean, it currently
Just get rid
does,
of
right?
them.
It does.
It
and a
does.
lot-
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a Life Sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put
Drop a
items on your
brick life
character as you
sprig,
level up.
can't use the
Like,
level
that doesn't
sprig.
feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not Life Sprig should even have high level requirements ever,
Mhm.
which is a more
That's
a
a
thing
separate-
that's come up a bit.
That's a
more.
separate
shouldn't.
question.
Bad
but
item, but it's good enough for early
yeah, it's come up.
campaign runs.
I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be
I
more
was-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Or I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game.
Mhm.
Like not so it does not that sorry, okay, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite.
It's the same thing.
So like
What?
that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I
and
thought
then-
that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no, there's a
No,
second
no.
thing there.
The
Or
second
was it?
one was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like,
Conversation.
drop a low level life sprig and that you use a low level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig.
that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
like,
hate
there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets.
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there.
Or maybe the
explore
minions are
some
just
options.
so
For
weak,
example, like,
they
instead
just
of
chain die
resetting
when
the
they're
entire
solo.
timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able
Yeah.
to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't.
The
It
timer
increases
doesn't
a
get reset.
bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead
understand.
of
Yeah.
like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, oh, he
okay,
died. And
yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
But
Do it, Jonathan, do it.
Yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of
but-
people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Do it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm
Just
kinda
ask
like-
if Jonathan plays
I
minion
could
builds.
see a world where
Ask
reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If they're not-
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like yeah,
Right.
like as
No,
Mike said,
wait,
you have to
no,
have some
no,
kind of conditions,
no,
or you
no,
have
I'm
to do
thinking about
something, and
Righteous
it's like
Fire.
at that
Keep
point, it's
saying
not
he
even
talks
doing
like that
the
about
thing that
Righteous
players
Fire,
want it for
please.
anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
that being said, it
Yeah.
might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't
Okay,
love it.
so much
Yeah.
to
Well,
recognize.
I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer.
The answer
But I
is
understand
every
the
map
issue.
has a boss. Bosses.
there's
I
been
mean,
a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
yeah,
icons on.
there was a
always
discussion of
probably-
That'd be
comes on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them. in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear. And honestly, that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the mini map, like you're not even
Yeah.
looking into the game.
But
And so
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like,
The
do we
mini-map.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally
if-
just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for
Oh,
me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests-
anyway.
One of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the rares on the minimap.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that.
Oh, no.
Another quick
It was
question
boss
about
completion.
Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested
Band-Aid
them
on top of the
just
checkpoint
before this
Band-Aid.
O2O release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so there's a-
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre O2O, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, you were talking because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something. and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that, or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do that.
work.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, we're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm going to do, like I'm going to do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venture strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
we're adding a socketables affinity. We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into it, looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. What do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
experience. Kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%, this whole system sucks.
There was a real like.
Karn found the two
It's
highest,
interesting because
lowest
like
weight
with
biz
recombinators,
mobs.
I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you
Yeah.
like got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weight like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like you know
It's-
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's right.
haven't.
Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were two major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I
more.
have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that from, but
Yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
so
it.
that's why we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna
ask
be?
for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So
Also
I
agree.
love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want
why
like,
I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
Just before the patch
Yeah.
went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
yeah,
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance maybe, or
yeah,
something
so
like that. just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have
yeah.
a
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and
Close.
going up the tiers.
Yeah.
This
Now,
one?
obviously, not a huge
Did I
amount of
actually?
people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Rowan and the Lightning Strike.
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing lightning archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to lightning spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is their number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
That's the trouble we have now is, like, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like,
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
Yep. So, a few PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah,
that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait,
of May.
you cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like,
Towards the end of May?
within a 2-week
I thought they
kind
said
of band,
June.
because things happen.
Do we move up
That
on the
being said,
timeline?
if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WST in PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the stupid PoE 1 character models
we have
every
to currently
time.
do.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So and then at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE 2 characters right now. That is what they're doing. So.
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE 2, the highlight effect. Like when I right-click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah,
should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that. 100%. It's either we're just not going to. It just won't.
Yeah.
It won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is: Val orbs in PoE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique. We, have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE 2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like, we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large.
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure, but there's like implications
it's
for a lot
not-
of
Yeah.
it's like yeah. There's
Like
just
the
a
last
lot
mage
of
one,
uniques in PoE1,
yeah.
right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So but yeah,
Alright,
thank you
awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep,
and playing.
we appreciate it. Bye.
Yeah, that was a good conclusion. The interview the start was really rough. So if finishing in a nice way that's a pretty big win from where it started because it was rough to start with. Contentious, yeah. I mean that's just like it's not the end of the world to have disagreements about how they feel about various things. Jonathan's probably pretty stressed. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Jonathan was being I don't say that, man. Dude. Let's not be like freaking personal attacks, name calling against like devs and stuff. Let's just not. Not in my chat, please. Just chill out. We'll figure it out. Yeah. It's thoughts. What are my thoughts? I feel like there's a lot of things that like Jonathan and Mark have. What's the word? They feel pretty strongly about what they think is the right way to do things. And I think it's going to take time. If they're going to change their opinions on certain things, it's going to take time for them to, like... I don't think it's all going to happen at once. Like, we might want something to be a certain way right away, but it's going to take time for them to be willing to cave on what they believe in. Which, personally, I'd prefer them have... some level of conviction for what they believe is right. Like Mark, for example, a good example of this is, he said, I don't want to make the choice to let you respec Ascendancies until I'm absolutely freaking sure. Because I know if I make it now, I'm not going to be able to go back. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. You believe it's that way. Most people probably are just like, just give us the respecs. But he said he would make that decision sooner than later, because he got pressed on it, right? So there's obviously a lot of stuff in PoE2 where they're not gonna cave for certain things right away. But I don't know. I have hope. For example, I care a lot about crafting. I have hope eventually they'll cave and we'll get some more crafting. But it ain't happening. It ain't happening right away. And I think I'll live with that answer. Who doesn't want an Ascendancy recheck? I don't understand what he's thinking, Radu. I can't say I particularly understand it either. We have crafting? Have you not seen the Exaltar? You know I have seen the Exaltars. I've exalted a few things, okay? I've exalted... Yo, guys, when we stalled for 2 hours on that podcast, we made money. Look. Look, guys. We made profit. Things got bought. Let's freaking go. Worth. Faustus. He didn't stall on making me money during that. He was hard at work making me money during that podcast. Thank you, Faustus. You're the GOAT. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, okay? Faustus was not watching the podcast, that's for sure. Yeah, he was busy. He was busy. I'm gonna change the title because we're no longer watching. That did start out kind of cage matchy, but it ended in a decent spot. Figuring out Indigon swap. See if we can figure this out. How's the build doing right now? I'm very happy with how the character's doing right now. Currently, we are preparing for testing out Indigon. We made some good made some good regen rings, and now we're just working on a little bit of we have to do a tree respec and trying to upgrade my gear just a little bit in a few other spots before we go for the full tree respec. Is the current situation. I'm gonna make sure and make it so YouTube doesn't hear double, so turn that off, and we should be chilling. Is Indigon a huge DPS increase? If it works, it should be, because it gives a bunch of percent damage, and there's not a lot of percent damage throughout the tree and gear. It's a limited resource. The big question about Indigon is, will we be able to still map with it? I think DPS on a boss is fine. Like, if we brick our mana spend on boss, we still have a large dot on the boss, and that's okay. But my concern is more during mapping, like between, like, you know, Essence Drain, Contagion, next pack, Essence Drain, Contagion. Like, if that is going to be too absorbent in terms of expense, that's what I'm not sure about. Farming targets specifically for me, damage is low at tier 8. Farming targets specifically, I mean, you need, if you're playing SSF, there is no target farming. There is only, you are at the whims of RNG. You clicked SSF. That's how it works. As for Trade League, though, your priority upgrades are gem levels, like going from a +1 amulet to a +2, or a +2 to a +3. Focus goes from a +1 to +2. Wand going from a +3, +4, +2 to +3, etc. And then percent damage increases. You can get percent damage for spell and chaos on both focus and wand. You can get percent chaos on rings and percent spell on amulet. That's your primary damage source stuff. Other than that, it's going to be leveling up your character. And that would be pretty much it. For damage increases, that is. Oh, and if you have the gear slot available to go Doadru's potentially. Hold on, I'm out of water. I'm gonna top this off real quick. Are you trading with Alpha? Always. Always be trading with Alpha. There's always opportunities to make more currency with Alpha. I'll be right back. I need water. Water acquired. Anyone find any good Atlas strategies I've been testing? Nothing real stuck out to me. Gary Parks, I'd say I feel similarly. I guess that one thing I do feel is that essences don't seem very rewarding. Water and I may have ate something on the way down. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Have you had problems with Blink? I have had it bug out, I want to say 1 in 20 maps where it randomly just doesn't work until you like socket it in and out, or just until you go to your next zone. What music is this? This is RuneScape remix music, I believe. Okay, rings check. Amulet. Focus. Let's see what we can work with here. How expensive is, for example, all spell skills 2 on a focus that is magic? PoE 2 focus. Extra. So the best base is a sacred hollowed ley line. Okay. How would I want to go about this? This is good? Yeah. Is my 300 ES plus 2 focus good? You're messing with me, right? At least I think you're messing with me. Five flash mage blow to win? I don't know when. Extraction. Oh, I only have the noob text on the base screen capture. Gain damage does not work with dot skills. There you go. Extraction is gain damage. You're talking about a different character. You're not talking about a an essence drain character. You're talking about a hit-based build. This does not have the ES tiers on here, I guess. The top PoE Ninja build is using extraction. Then if you're copying the top PoE Ninja build, then copy the top PoE Ninja build. It's the best, right? Why would you care what I think? Don't ask me, ask that guy. Message him in game. You are ninja though? No, I'm not. Mods are probably just a bit too good. I mean, I think I'll seal for 2D. Dang, man. That's pretty sick. I guess that is an option. We could look at a buying one that's already pretty good. Mm-hmm. This one for 1D. He's not online. They're never online. Oh, how unfortunate. He is online. Maybe he was in between changing zones. How do you heal with Lich? You don't if you have ES. If you have no ES left, then you do. Okay. So flat roll's pretty high on these things, actually. Alright, let's try some blind slams in a dream. See what we get. Oh, shut up. Really? Are we sure? Oh my, I'm done. Sell it back. Sell it back. Sell it. What a poor investment. Holy. Those slams were terrible. I guess I should have fractured it before I slammed twice, you know? Should have fractured it before I slammed twice. My axe. Yo, Bulletproof, appreciate the sub, man. I mean, I can still just use this as is. Has mana on it. Higher damage. Two resistance rolls and a mana roll. This Sacred has the ability to be something more. I spend 2 divines and believe we can slam some useful stats. I have no res flip though. I have no res flip. And it's cold res. It's the res I don't need. It's the res I don't need. You know what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to corrupt this. Thoughts?
Hello.
Thoughts on just corrupting this one and just seeing what happens. Anything good happen? I forgot to quality it. Holy, I forgot to... Oh. Oh, I just couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. I forgot what I was doing. I forgot where I was. For a second there, I thought I was gonna get if this guy was PMing me for the shield I just corrupted before I corrupted it, that would have been a painful one. Gem Guarder's on. It's in the planner. I have the gem coordinating priority in the planner. It should be there. I like this one, 30x, and I can YOLO corrupt this one too. This one we quality before we corrupt it. This one we quality. I read on a guide you should always quality before corrupted. Yes, that's pretty true. That's pretty. You should quality before corrupting things. That would be a good idea. I'm gonna quality this one before I corrupt it. I swear. I'm gonna do it right this time. And I'm gonna buy a corruption omen correctly, okay? And I'm gonna get a corruption omen, okay? Your due diligence, okay? Yo, we got spell damage as an implicit. Cool. Cool. Okay. Now we do a greater iron. There we go. 329 plus 2. Little bit of mana regen. That's way better than my current one. My current one is a plus 2 with 30 spell damage. I guess it has chaos res though. I just crafted a 600 DPS plus 6 projectile crossbow. I think I used up all my luck for the league. Right on, man. Right on. Hopefully it treats you well. Alright, so that... Our res is still not fixed, but it's okay. We can get boots. We can get boots that'll help fix our res. 11k ES? Yeah, we'll keep going up. A lot of our ES gear pieces were just pretty weak, so... Let's go boots. Movement, speed, 30. Oh, no. It has double res. Why is it always cold? Why does everything have cold res? It's always cold light. We need some different res types. Take advantage of here. Just harvest swap? No, we have runes for that. We have runes for that, my friend. You gotta know we have runes. Okay, what if I do one of these? Instead of 200, I type 180, and then I type max life in here. Sun threshold, lightning res. Has the rune in there. Full duration. Seven of Vines is crazy. This guy actually has fire and lightning row, which is the res I conveniently need. We'll hit him up. Offer him 3D. Wait, do we even have 3D? Buy divine if I do that. Five. I can do 4? Question mark? Gotta negotiate with an iron fist here. Holy, all caps, no! How much do I want to fix my res, guys? We have to ask ourselves a serious question here. We have to ask ourselves a serious question here. How much do we want to fix our res situation?
How can I help?
Are they red? No, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Are they red? Shut up. Wait, if I have cast res? Yeah, our cast res is pretty bricked too. Our cast res is pretty bricked as well. The thing is, once you start talking about chaos res, your options become very limited. Holy, these people want insane numbers. These people want crazy numbers. See if this guy's willing to do 3D. Gotta negotiate here. Temp Chain's not even playable. Yeah, Temp Chains when you get it on you is pretty rough. We have a Citadel here and here, actually. He was interested in our 3D offer. Feels like Enfeeble's a more effective as a defensive layer. Enfeeble probably is a stronger defensive layer. The reason we're doing Temp Change is for making our Essence Drain last longer. Who is this guy? Who was I just trading? Who is this person? Four is tops I can do. 60 com. Yes. I'm not doing 6, man. I'm not doing 6. I'll do 4, okay? 6 is crazy talk. 6 is crazy talk. Bartering skill too low. Wait, this is the other boots. All right, sure, we'll do those. I was fine for 4 for either one of the pairs. That's kind of funny though. We still have no chaos res. We still have a slight chaos res situation. Wait, I can get chaos res from like things though, right? We can get them from here. Holy stop. My ignore list can only get so full. Just pretend you have chaos res? Yeah, I guess we could pretend we have chaos res. I mean, 32 isn't terrible. All right, we're overcapped on our other resistances now. So we got that going for us. These are our old boots. What's our mana regen up to right now? Mana regen's up to 400. We haven't even respec'd our tree yet, so that's a good start. Okay, let's try this.
How can I help?
Socket, and we'll add more chaos res. Go down a little bit of ES. Lost some of our DR. What's the aesthetic of this look like? Not too shabby. 32 chaos res on a 9k ace build is like life build with 75 chaos res and 1.7k life. Listen here, buddy. Listen here, buddy. I have 39 chaos res, okay? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I can get a little bit more, probably. I just get a little bit more somewhere. Listen, it's gonna be fine. All right, so we do that. Then we have to do the respec of this node because we're just gonna spend our energy shield into oblivion. I think we ramp too fast. We ramp out of having enough mana too fast. We need a lower percent increase cost. Keep forgetting to run 6 mods and towers. Yeah, you need it for the extra opening. We're gonna need more base mana? Probably. I have a location we could get more mana. I mean, it would be nice if we had hit mana on some of our prefixes on some of our items, but we don't. We didn't hit mana on any of them. I guess we have mana on this. I can grab more int on the tree. Respec the tree, yes. We are respecing the tree. We have to do a pretty sizable respec. Still think we need
Hello.
our ramp cost on our Indigon roll is like really, really high. I think I have to divine that to be lower.
Hello.
Now we're getting into a very dangerous territory, guys. Before I commit to this, how much is Indigon? It's just 2 divines. Just for whatever roll. So divining it's kind of cooked. We could YOLO a Valorb. Theoretically. I'm gonna YOLO a Valorb. I'm feeling risky.
Hello.
Don't stop me, I might change my mind. Armor scrap. You want an omen for that? Yeah, you'd want an omen. Don't forget to quality it? Yeah, I know.
Hey.
This one's already qualityed, right? Please fix the YouTube sound. Is YouTube sound playing twice right now? Shouldn't be. What's the issue with the YouTube sound? It is currently? Game sound is doubling, really? See if that works. Are we trying to hit? What are we trying to hit? Probably burning our last remaining currency, but we're trying to hit a Valorb that divines the helmet. Is what we're trying to hit. That fixed it? Okay, hopefully that's okay now. I mean, is this a good idea though? It's a little bit cooked.
Out of mana.
We could get +1 power charge. It hits a spirit 100%. Yeah, but I need it to be good percent damage is the thing. Unless it hits divine, maybe it's too cooked. Send it, Lance. Send it with this one and see what happens. Don't forget the omen.
Hello there.
Oh, nice. We got more Chaos Rose. Alright. If I do it again. One more omen.
Hey.
Holy. Look at that. We got spell damage and better cost. Yes! Yes! Freaking worth. Okay, so I might just use this one instead. It worked, guys. It worked. Our strategy.
Hello.
Our strategy worked. The omen strategy. All right. This one we'll put to the side. Yeah, it's gonna be 50 divs now. Well, I don't know about that. Okay, so we have spell damage, we have a cost. Now we need to fix a bit of our base mana, and we need to respec our tree. Trying to think of ways we can do that. Our belt is really low mana. Is one source of it. Belt has pretty good res though. This doesn't even exist. Belt with mana and chaos res. Yeah. Battery's a no-go. Just battery bricks our entire character. Yeah, it would be a no-go.
I need more mana.
I think what sources of flat mana we have. I guess it's mostly just on our tree with tree points. I could spec raw mana, technically. I could spec calibration would work as well. Mana cost, HP costs, you literally just wouldn't be able to cast in that case. You just would not be able to cast. It would disable your ability to cast, which would be non-ideal. I think we'll go through ES. We'll probably still grab this. I think we'll go here. Here. Don't know if I care about the plus proj stuff or not. I don't think I do, actually. Get rid of all of these nodes. Stationary regen pass. Get more jewel sockets. I think we let go of this stuff. This pathing goes to this pathing. Pick up dependable ward. Calibration, jewel sockets. Yeah, jewel socket over here, probably mana nodes here. Alright, let's try that respec.
Go on.
See how it goes. This is stuff that's gonna be... Okay, this is fine. We'll fix it. We will fix it.
I must keep.
That's that one. Those part of weapons at one because they're DPS nodes.
Calculate.
Go on.
Time to change plans.
Is global defense even good? I mean, it's not that good. It's only kind of okay. Is there any reason why I wouldn't just go outside and 15, 15, 10, 10? These small ES nodes are okay. Regen's okay. Is there anything over here I care about? Part of me does like the idea of Step like the Mist. Mystic Stance is okay. %% reduced mana. Melding? Yeah, we probably have to drop Melding. Probably drop this entire, like, section over here. Don't know if it makes that path incorrect, but I think this whole section is getting dropped, probably.
Speak.
I do want to keep some chaos damage just for baseline, along with like our explosions. So I do like that to some extent. Mana. Does increased spell damage apply to SS trades? It's a dot? Correct. It does. There's a line on Essence Drain that says it applies. Alright, let's let go of these nodes. Let's make the hard call. Guess one of the things that this makes hard is the swap more points around. Gonna give up these cast speed nodes. I don't think we need them. We have a ton of cast speed at this point.
I must keep.
Go on.
Arcane Blossom's probably worth it as a mana regen multiplier. Yes, I think we are going to click Arcane Blossom. Just trying to figure out what nodes I can swap for weapon set 2 versus weapon set 1 right now. A little bit is what's going through my head. This will be... Technically, we can drop... So AoE nodes can be travel.
Yes.
Time to change plans.
So we only care about this for the contagion spread, not the vice versa. Sure, Doom is like same as Ascendancy, Dominion over Flesh. Ascendancy, Dominion over Flesh. It gives you +1 curse, correct? So you can have +2 curses if you grabbed both. I don't think you really need that though, per se. Final repeat. If only that worked on a non-spell at good skill. Okay. 9 passives. And we have a box right now, which technically we don't need to have a box. This gives us additional mana. This gives us stun recovery. Let's go. I think we respec nodes here. We consider this stun instead of this, which gives % mana. Just helping our mana pool be a bit bigger, as well as helping our life pool be a bit bigger.
Speak.
How much gold am I at? 200k?
Time to change.
What is it?
And
Settings counterintuitive to unspec the chaos nodes. We are making a transaction right now where we're considering essentially dropping a lot of our % chaos to get up. We're getting a bunch of % damage from Indigon. So that's what we're trading for right now. And we're respecing the tree accordingly, where we have to balance for more mana regen while having less % damage on the tree. That's the thought process going on right now. Transaction, yeah, it's a trade-off. I have 11 passives right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could go 2 jewel sockets. Other options that we have. We have AoE nodes we could grab. Oh, we don't have Arcane Blossom yet, so we need to do Arcane Blossom. And I need to do other mana regen nodes. I need to do this stuff, probably. Ether Flow, I think I need to do. And Arcane Blossom, I need to do. Then after that, we could probably just grab some ES nodes for the time being. That puts us at 500 mana regen and 1200 mana. What about Oros Flask with infinite mana? What do you mean Oros Flask, infinite mana? What are you talking about? You making stuff up over there? You got some real tech that you're trying to share with the class. I guess this recharge node is actually really good. Something like that. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna work at all, but I think we just spent like 300,000 gold, so we're gonna find out. And then I need to get jewel sockets for both my main tree and this outside spot here.
Another strategy.
Just out of curiosity, before we put on jewel sockets.
Out of mana.
I don't know, guys. Even if we're like full spending out of our mana, right? I think your mana pool's still little. We do get it to a point where we outspend the thing. Need an inspiration gem to compare. 41k is better. I don't know if it is really that much better, to be honest. Warning red gem. Oh, we already have inspiration, that's why. Put on this.
Out of mana. I need more mana.
So like before we did this, I think when we were just standstill, just for context, why I'm like looking at this.
Out of mana.
I think we were at around 27k dot on the tooltip before we did a bunch of respecking. So I think it's probably just not worth it. What do you guys think? Thoughts? Blink skill weapon slot didn't work in some maps. Why? I don't know. I've had that bug happen a couple times. It's kind of random. Needs better gear. Well, the thing is, okay, so like, let's say, I mean, I guess technically we did just grab a bunch of ES too, but not really that much more than we have now. I'm not sure it's gonna be worth it. I feel like we're looking at a scuffed situation. If you had 2k mana, or maybe. Well, the thing is, okay, so even if we had 2k mana, I don't think we necessarily keep up with the spend. That's I think the more of the issue is whether or not we keep up with the spend. Like it's not you can see that it's not the total mana that's limiting us. It's my ability to keep up with the spend. Because otherwise we could ramp all the way to like spending up here, right? Now we could force a bit more mana regen on Amulet, Wand, Shield. That would get us another like 200% mana regen rate than what we have right now. Because those all could be like 70%, 70%, another 40% here, right? You more HP? HP also gives you more mana. Sustain. Move to proc Etherflow? Oh yeah, I guess we're not really moving right now.
Out of mana.
Oh my word, the control list would be easier to manage, but... What's our difference in mana sustain when we're standing still versus not? It's another 80. HP is pretty hard to scale, yeah. HP is pretty limited. Oh, it's not like we don't have HP on a lot of items. We have HP on a ton of our items. We have HP on every piece except belt. So we could get belt with more HP. And we could get another 180 regen. Percent HP on jewels? No, you can't get percent HP on jewels. Let's socket in this jewel here and this jewel here, and let's like play with it and see how it feels. But I'm not currently sold on it. I guess technically we did get better on ES sustain. You spamming on bosses? No, you don't really need to spam on bosses. Let's put in the 2 jewel sockets and let's give it actually like play testing. Ingenuity would give you more mana regen. Ingenuity would be an improvement for our current character because our belt's pretty trash compared to our rings. Spamming your uptime's out there? Yeah, we definitely need more sustain than we have right now. Okay, let's go ahead and grab some jewels. And we'll go from there. What do I need? I need, these ones which are okay. I kind of want to do increase damage, or increase chaos damage a little bit still. Skill effect, duration, we lost some of those. Mana regeneration.
Hey, but no, Shotgun didn't get them in the jammies.
Okay, big guy. Okay, we could do that. Alright, hold on, guys. I'm gonna go help with the guys in jammies. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'll be right back. Minus 1D Lamau? No, come on, please. Please. It was just a sale. Oh, please, no, I'm still here. Please, I have it. Please. I'll sell to you. I can use the money. I need it. Got one, sorry. Oh, that would have been painful. I started this build because of you? Hope it's going well. Saved. We were able to make the sale. Alright, where were we? We were about to grab... some jewels. Who invited us? Which one do you think it was? In the middle of the invite, we accepted the invite. Oh no. Oh no, now they're all inviting us. Bit of an awkward situation. Support gems or user sigil? I don't think I have any support gems or sigil. Oh, I have some that aren't good. I have mobility and or energy barrier, but I don't think I should have either of those on. Don't look too closely at those. They're not necessarily what should be on the character right now. These guys are getting lanced? They're not getting lanced. Time loss jewel, energy, mana regen, and energy shield could be good. Time loss jewel. There's like no good slots for time loss jewel. I guess this one would be okay here since I have two notables, but I don't think there's too many that are decent spots. Well, next the mom is good. This one you think will be okay? There are these two Caspian notables and that, but outside that I don't know. My spark with 13 jewels riding its standard? Rest in peace indeed. Alright, let's see if we hit percent ES. Nice, we hit percent ES with this one. What about the blind slam? Minion crits, cast speed, cast speed. Carry 17x, 1 chaos, 1 alchemy. Sure. That works. This guy's going for the bubble gun deal. Enjoy the ring, good sir. How much of an ES difference is this? If I put on this, 200 ES versus I put on this. Percent ES is quite a bit better. Percent ES is quite a bit better. Damage, cast speed, recharge rate, stun threshold. Do that for now. So I give us a bit more mana regen. Pick up some more cast speed. Does that matter on Indigon? Increased spell damage and lower percent cost, I think, is what matters. Guys, I'm not even convinced Indigon is correct, guys. We're just gonna try this out. And we're trying to feel out if it's bricked or not. We have to actually get a feeling on it. So that's what we're currently trying to do. Right now, I think it's going to be a matter of we probably want mana regen on like Wand, Amulet, and we probably want something like an Ingenuity maybe. And I'm not even sure if that's necessarily going to play out well enough or not. So, let's see. Any other respec change I can do besides what I currently already did? There's not a lot of mana regenerate on the tree. We still have the AoE. 8, 8, 8, 20. 38, 8. So this is just better. That's fine. Mana cost feels heavy for mapping. Yeah. That is the concern. Is the mana cost for mapping and whether or not you can end up getting it balanced or not. And I'm not really sure we have enough percent damage on it anyways for it to be... Like, I'm not sure if it's even going to be higher damage than what we were doing right now. This current setup we have. Okay, so... Let's go ahead and try some maps. Let's swap to the controller and let's try our current setup. Hey, Garatha, thanks for the raid, man. Oh, I have my alerts off. Shoot.
What we doing live?
Echoes in Eternity.
Echoes in eternity.
Yo, Garatha, appreciate the raid, man. How you been? Etherflow helps a lot. Which one's Etherflow again? Arcane Blossom. Etherflow. Yeah, having increase instead of reduce is probably a pretty big difference. Can't go discipline with this character? No. You can go discipline if you go like pure mana investment. You don't go soulless form or any of that stuff. That is an option. Think that's an option at least. Gain damage doesn't work. No, it doesn't. Played fun. You a PoE to enjoy, Garatha? I think I am. I think there's still a lot of things I'm looking for more in PoE 2, Garatha. There's still a lot of things that are missing for me. The biggest one being crafting. We'll see how it goes. I think the endgame is much better. I would say I think the endgame's improved, but I'm still not sold on it per se. Oh, you know why previously? Do I have a way to free zoom on controller? Do I just not have a way to free zoom on controller? No wonder I wasn't able to look for these beams earlier, because controller can't do that. Controller isn't allowed to zoom away and look around, is it? Why doesn't gain damage work? It doesn't apply to your dot. It does not apply to your dot. Alright, we're about to find out how bricked how much we bricked our character.
Death and decay. Need more mana. Should have served me. Death is my power to wield.
I just walked in a giant circle. Not really a giant circle, but a mini circle because I don't pay attention. I was mapping with Indigon. We literally are testing it. This is like the first map we're trying. What I'm mainly concerned about is I want to see what the mapping looks like, and then the overall single target. My biggest concern for Indigon is just like having to spend a problem while mapping, which I think that seems like it's probably gonna be mostly fine. I don't think we necessarily have a spend problem while mapping right now, at least.
Wither away! Out of mana.
Bill's the same. There's a couple times here where I'm outspending my my ability to cast a little bit, but not too much. Not in a sense where I feel bricked. I don't really feel bricked. So I guess the other question is gonna be
More mana.
our single target.
More mana.
Are you getting movement speed somewhere? I have 30% movement speed boots, if that is something.
Another corpse to serve.
How's survivability feel? I think overall we should be tankier than we were before, just because mainly we just made gear improvements, like our ES went up. The thing is, I think our ES was higher before the swap. Before the tree swap, we might have like lost more ES than we gained. The tree swap because we had to spec more into mana regen. I guess the one thing we have is we don't spend ES, but I didn't really feel like that was putting us in danger. The spending ES, no, I don't think was putting us in danger to begin with. I think right now, my initial thought is I'm not convinced. What do you guys think? Because I'm thinking about this right now. Before we did the swap, we were at like 10k7, so we had higher ES, right? We had Adziri's Disdain, so we had another like 10, 11 DR. I'm not personally convinced right now. And then we occasionally brick our mana, which we didn't do before. The upside is maybe the single target, but I don't think the single target's even higher based on the tooltips. I don't think it's even like gonna be that different. Let's see how this boss goes. But right now I'm thinking not worth. Oh, you know what else I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about the guy who was like, I bought 3 Indigons, Lance. When are these going up in value? I'm thinking about that guy. That freaking guy. Screw that guy in particular. I think you went over more. I think I was too. I think this is a not it angle. We could try again with higher investment with like really good gear that gets us higher mana and like 40% more mana regen. But I think in the current state of the character, I am not convinced. I am thoroughly not convinced. Because the things we could do, we could improve like another 200% mana regenerate. We could get another probably 500-600 mana on this character, probably another couple hundred life. If we're really topping out some of our gear slots. But in doing that, I'm not convinced our character will be all that much stronger. Thanks for the courage to Valve by Indigon. What did you hit? 4657. Dang, dude, that's a nice hit. What'd you say about your boots? I only have 30 movement speed on boots. Only 30% movement speed on the boots.
Another cause serve me. More mana. Out of mana.
So fast. I think the other thing that's making us faster, just for context, and this is why I keep stressing it as important, is cast speed. Like, you have to remember our cast speed is dude, where the hell is this boss? I guess it's like up in this corner. Our cast speed means we don't have the mobility debuff for a long period of time, right? Like, the amount of time it takes you to cast your skill the entire time you have the movement speed debuff, but if you get the cast off quickly, you get to keep walking again. So there's low downtime of your character's walking speed. That's probably the biggest thing in terms of people that have 30% movement speeds boots that think they're slower than this character is the cast speed. Because it locks you down into that debuff state for a longer period of time for the slower movement speed. Yeah, I don't think this is even higher DPS. I think it's probably similar DPS.
Don't run. We're just playing.
But I think I've seen enough to say we go back to Azir's Sustain. Go back to enjoying our DR.
Yes. Show me what you've got. More mana.
Which means, honestly, this is a good outcome. It means no expensive rare item for the build. Outside of, like, maybe it works or makes more sense with super min-max gear, but that's like ridiculous gear. How'd the interview go? I think all things considered it went decently. Good outcome for everyone but that one guy? Yeah. The one guy, man. Dream's dead? Time to swap to Amazon? I don't think Dream's dead. I think the character's still very good. I think the Indigon Dream is just not the play. That's my takeaway, is Indigon's not the play. What was I doing with this? Enhance. Enhance. Isn't the scaling without Indigon a bit low? I don't have a concern with it right now, personally. I think we kill every boss we've run into within 5 to 10 seconds. What do you think about Wonder Trap Silk Slippers for the build? You could do those if you want to include more rarity. All right, let's do a. We have enough gold to respec back. A respec was pretty expensive. Let's go break out our mouse and keyboard and see if we have enough. See how long it's gonna take us to unbrick our respec. Bring back Doedries? Yeah, I'm thinking we bring back Doedries. Doedries. Helmets. Uh-oh. What are you, Charbear? You sneaking up behind me? You say hello?
Hello.
Telling everybody hi.
Hi.
I didn't see you coming with that hat you had on. Kind of hiding in there. You messed up the mic. Keep that on there. Want that to fall off.
Oh, okay. It's like you're away. Oh, you have.
She has the real Indigon? Yeah, she's got a good hat.
Oh, I don't like your hat.
Yeah, I like it.
You see.
Can we tell him good night?
Good night.
Wave at him.
Good night.
Have a hug and kiss before you go to bed. Can I get a hug? I just waved back, facepalm. Don't feel bad about it. Understandable. I don't know if you guys heard her when she came in. She was saying she was no noggin, which is I think it's based on one of the Curious George episodes or something. We need to join forces and buy her a wand for her birthday. Curious George movie? I don't think it's from a movie. It's from the show. One of the episodes has some, I think it's like a Halloween themed episode or something. I died in my maps because I was not paying attention. Good. You gotta pay respects. Understandable. I don't know if I have enough respect points. We may have made some mistakes. Okay. 25. Oh no. Dude, I need the gold map again. I need the gold map. I don't know if we're gonna have enough, man. I don't know if we're gonna have enough. Oh, the gold cost is high. Okay, so we have that. Sell some waystones. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we could sell waystones. I might just like these nodes better than these ones. Do I? Do I though? I don't know if I actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. Time to brace.
Change plans.
Some questionable respecking. The note I got over here was this skill effect duration, which I don't think I need anymore. So going back to this one I had before. Was the LE cycle? I think it's April 17th or something like that. All right. Hopefully. I was looking at my stash for regret orbs, dude. I was looking at my stash for regret orbs. Like, I don't want to pay the gold cost. Holy, I'm such a cheapskate. I am such a cheapskate. It's fine. It's fine. Everything will be okay. Just a little bit of gold. Just a little bit of gold. We can recover. We can recoup. What about mysticism on Withering Presence? You need some extra spirit if you're gonna do that. You need some extra spirit if you're gonna do that.
Another strategy. Hey.
Okay. How much do I get out of Waystones? I literally just went straight up the tiers, so I don't really have that many extra Waystones just sitting around.
Speak.
Oh, that's not a lot, guys. That's not a lot of gold. We need something more convincing. We need rares.
Hello there.
All right, that'll help.
Yes.
I'm using without clarity. If your mana regen's fine without clarity, you can do that. That is an option. Not an option I particularly like, but it is an option. Okay. What else do we have to respec before I brick too many other things? This. I'm gonna go back to the increased cast speed.
Change plans. Hello. How can I help?
This is for the best anyway. We're clearing out stash space. It's for the best. I can trade you a few Waystones or gold? No, I'm good. I can do this.
Hello there.
I can do this. We got ourselves into this. We can get ourselves out. We have the ability. It's gonna be okay. Alright, so what are we doing right now? We now have that stuff respect.
there.
What is it?
Another.
On those passives. These nodes just aren't very good. I think we're gonna drop those altogether. I was gonna be dropping those anyways. Your gold amount, not looking good. Need to go more passives there.
Another strategy.
What do you think is better, snake pit, gamer damage, or chain, or ring slot? I'd probably just have rather a chain, but that's your call. That is your call. Wait.
Here for a deal?
Wait. I know how to get myself out of my situation. Is it still the thing where you can just buy these? Can I do this? The infinite gold tech, this works, right?
Let's deal. Something quite interesting happens when you apply a drop of gold
Make item.
blood to a piece of equipment. Let's apply a paste of crushed thorn wolf heart and see what happens.
I think this works. I don't think I'm crazy. Okay, I don't have reroll currency though. Okay, so I bought that for it's a way to literally buy gold.
Hey.
It's a desperate way to get it. Listen, it is a little bit desperate. Yeah, you know what? You're not entirely wrong.
We need to here for a deal.
Give me a few more rares.
I've always got more. Let's cut this in half, so to speak. I could refurbish the front a bit.
Just a few more rares. These boots are actually kind of good.
Oh, it's a bit of a straggler on this one, eh? Allow me to take my ruined hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't get any worse, right? Don't
You found more of what we
You do PC? I play on PC, but you can put on you can do controller inputs.
Time to change plans.
He's buying our 4-socket. Cool.
Hello.
We'll save the good roll for the attempt later on. We'll save the good roll for the attempt later on. I mean, do you price check? No. What? Why would you think I price check? Now that's crazy talk. What kind of operation do you think I'm running? The Lance Charity price check service? We don't do that around here. We do not do that around here. Okay, weapon sets. I can do more of these nodes, theoretically. I might do these nodes instead of these ones. 7, 7, 7, 7, 28, plus 29. There's not a lot of sources of percent damage we can do. Connor does price checks? Why on earth would I care if Connor does price checks? That's Connor's prerogative. That doesn't mean I'm going to start doing price checks. I am not the price check guy. Not get it twisted. No, I think I might still do the nodes out here. There's percent damage I'm forgetting about though. Yeah, it's this percent damage, right?
Yes.
I must keep.
I can sell you a full COD tab for rares if you want. Guys, I can figure out my own Chaos Res issues, okay? Or my... I'll be fine, okay? I'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 passives, which means I need 5 respecs from what we currently have. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. I think we're close. We're close to back to our tree. I'm missing something though. I'm missing one more passive somewhere. You have some mana regen nodes? Oh, yep. Okay, that's where it is. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. That is correct.
Yes.
In a gambling mood? You've got it all wrong. Let me take a look. Let's try something different with the front end. I think we can do better with some of these aspects. Until next time.
Aye.
He has jewelry, okay.
Deal. Yes. Until next time.
Is it Ori music? I think it is. Could be mistaken though.
How can I help?
What is
Only the desperation. Okay, I just need to run a map. I just need to run a map. I'm out of control. I'm out of control. I do want to do hold on. Need a little bit more passive points. Don't you wish there was an orb that would help you respec? Yeah, that I could just buy regret orbs. That'd be nice. That would be convenient. That would be convenient. I I think we're mostly fixed on our tree. I think we're mostly fixed. Minus the just short of having the respec costs necessary. Aside from that, we are mostly fixed on the tree. Alright. And then we'll go get some gold in the map. And everything will be just fine. And we'll fix the rest of the tree. Gain damage does not work with supports. Gain damage does not work with the dot. It works with the hit. It does not work with the dot. Alright, I think we mostly fixed our tree. Sort of-ish, kind of, hopefully. Let's see how bricked the tooltips look. Yeah. Means if I do this, then I do this. Yeah. We don't have a mana problem. Nice. Which is basically what we topped out with the Indigon. Are the Ragers kind of bad? The Ragers are just a ton of percent ES damage. Or percent spell damage. Late game, when I get a better like weapon and focus, percent damage wise, I might swap it out. But right now, I'm just gonna appreciate the percent damage scaling they give us. All right, let's work on our way towards the Citadel. Sorry to say, guys, but I think the conclusion is Indigon not the play. I think there's maybe a chance in a later gearing of the character, like when we're more min-maxed. But at this state, which to be fair is pretty decent gear, I don't think it makes the cut. Don't think it makes the cut. It bricks our mana too much, and it doesn't really improve the damage. Versus Cyrus, or you tested on our budget? No problem. I just feel bad for that one guy, man. I bought 3 Indigons. He brought upon himself though, okay? It is self-inflicted, okay? Because every time somebody asked about it, I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of, I don't know if it'll work out. I don't know if it'll brick the mana cost too much. And I don't know if it's gonna give us enough damage. So I think I communicated a fair warning on that. No pity for the dirty flipping? Nope. Nah, he brought it on himself. He'll survive. He'll survive. That being said, though, Indigon is pretty crazy. It's just gonna be kind of hell to get the sustain for it. Because it is a ridiculous sort of percent damage. Source of percent damage. Indigon last league Stormweaver? Yeah, that would be a little bit disgusting. before they nerfed all the different sources of mana and mana regenerate and stuff. Even now, I still think it might be a lot of percent damage. Mana staggers can have a lot of percent spell damage. Yeah, that is true. Because they get the 2% per tenant and they get the 3% per 100 mana. They do get a lot more percent than most builds. What's your PoE ninja? My character name is Captain Lance Energy Not Nerf. Slight goal we have today. If we're gonna get Jonathan to see the light that ES is OP, I think we need to make a video of us tanking Arbiter. And we can say, we can call it Energy Shield Perfectly Balanced. We're gonna need to make some good ES gear though, if we're gonna do that. Contagion takes so much mana. How do you sustain it? You only use a level 1 contagion. Don't level it up. It starts costing too much mana. Oh, you know what I just remembered, guys? Guys. Just remembered something. Something we can do. One last little thing before we end stream. You guys remember last time we had a 6-link Essence Strain Contagion? Remember what happened when we corrupted it? Quick mouse keyboard swap for power. Now it's a 5-link? Yeah. Well, I bought a different one and I 6-linked it. I have a 6-link one now. Watch and learn. Watch and learn.
Hello there.
Moment of Corruption. Click. Valorb. Click. Come on. Show me the +1 corruption. Ah! Why? Why are you like this? You freaking why? This is so rigged. This is bogus. Why is it always the bad outcome? I've lost 2 6-links. Stop. Have mercy on me. It's a perfect jewelers. Does that actually cost that much?
Hey.
94. What's a div worth? Oh my word, it is basically 2 div. This freaking sucks. You know, somebody might need it, okay? Somebody might need it. Now, you have that much spirit? We have no additional spirit, just the spirit from campaign. Just the spirit from campaign is all we have. How many gem cutters laying around? I
Hey.
What? Okay, okay. Getting baited. All right. Click.
Hey.
Now we just gotta get one Omen of Corruption and not get screwed this time. Quick Omen of Corruption. Click. And... did anything change? Anything at all? I got the +1 socket outcome. I got the +1 socket outcome, which means no change. What does an uncut level 20 gem cost? I guess I should look at this. Okay, it's only 15x. All right, well, you know what? We'll just have this for now, and we'll think about the corrupted +1 another day. Uncut 20, nice. We'll think about the corrupted +1 another day. All right. Essence Drain. It was at like 27k base dot. Let's see what this next plus level does to us. 29k standing still. Then... $45k with the ramp. What does it look like with 245 int? We probably could get to 300 int and go to range. For like if we want to do like single target DPS. That is an option we have. Oh, I don't have the weapon swap. It's not swapping back to our correct gear. Nice. Okay, we got a future. Alright, tomorrow we're going to keep pushing for more specific gears with the current setup, fix our respec, get gold and stuff. But tonight we're going to call it because I'm grilling steak tonight, guys. I don't want to make you guys jealous, but it's steak. It's steak tonight, okay? And I am... ooh, I'm looking forward to it. Save some for the rest of us? I'll think about it. Except, no, I won't, because I'm going to eat it all. Well, technically, me and my wife are going to eat it all, okay? Not sharing, by the way. We're just going to devour it. Well, you know, if there is some left over, I'll think about it. I'll think about bringing it tomorrow. You know, you guys, maybe I'll give you guys some leftovers. I'll think about it. But as for tonight, Indigon is a no-go. Indigon is a no-go. I think it's 2 bricked mana cost. Doesn't really improve the DPS enough to be worth it. All right. Let's see who's online. Connor's title. Lying about mid-season nerfs will surely appease the angry player base. Wait, what happened? Holy, Connor is not happy about something. He sounds like he's fuming a little bit. Let's investigate. What does he mean by lying about mid-league nerfs? Armor break, maybe? It must have been something in the interview they said that was like not correct, maybe. All right. Anyways, thanks for checking out, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. Tomorrow, we're gonna be doing an Arbiter, probably. I see citadels on my map. The future is bright. Thanks for checking out, guys. Have a good rest of your evening. I'll see y'all later. Oh, why is my thing point? I guess I pointed it down for when Charlotte came in. All right. See you guys.